Mayor Cordova?
Here.
Councilmember Abeyta? Here. Councilmember Gonzalez?
Here.
Councilmember Peralta?
Here.
Councilmember Silva?
Here.
Youth Councilmember Landgraf?
Here. We do have a quorum. We could stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we'd like to welcome also all the football team and all the parents. We'll be getting to that agenda item shortly. We can approve the agenda. I'd like to move an individual that would like to speak under the Citizens Forum because she has another commitment and would like to leave. So after the approval of the minutes, if I could suspend the rules and call this individual up. If that's okay with the council?
I'm okay with that, Mr.
Okay.
Mayor.
Okay, we'll go to item 5A, the meeting minutes of November 26, 2013. Is there any changes to those minutes as presented? If not, entertain a motion to approve.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those
Excuse me,
opposed?
Mayor, council members, did you take a motion for the approval of the agenda as
I'm sorry.
amended?
I got ahead of myself.
Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Clerk. If we can go to approve the agenda at this time?
So move.
Motion
Second.
and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Next, we will go to 5A, the meeting minutes of November 26th, the regular meeting minutes. Entertain a motion to approve.
Move for approval.
Motion to approve and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those
Abstain. Mayor, I was absent.
Okay. By the vote of 3 in the affirmative, 1 abstention, motion carries. Item B, December 3rd, special meeting minutes. Are there any questions to those meetings as presented?
Move for approval.
Motion to approve
Second.
and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Next, we will go to the meeting minutes of December 10th, regular meeting minutes. There's no questions to those meeting minutes. Entertain a motion to approve.
Move for approval. Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Next, we go to item D, the meeting minutes of December 12th, 2013. If there's no changes to those meeting minutes, entertain a motion to approve.
Move for approval.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Next, before we go into the awards and recognition, we'd like to have Ms. Debbie Friday come up to the podium to speak, to make a few comments. Debbie? And I believe she's making some comments on item C for our consideration, correct?
9C.
Thank you.
Debbie, welcome, and I hope you feel better.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I have the stomach flu, so I'm trying to get in and out of here, not to get anyone else sick. Gina Cerruto is with me this evening. We just had a couple of comments about our agenda item that's coming up. Thank
Okay.
you. Mr. Mayor, council members, staff, and constituents, we're here today to ask for your consideration of an extension of our current lease agreement. Due to the success of our programs, we're bursting at the seams. And fortunately, we have the interest of a few potential donors to help us increase our services. Since we started, we've made many accomplishments. We've paid the town of Taos over $45,000 in rent and utilities and provided over $260,000 in-kind services for the children and families of our community. Our lease agreement, by the way, only requires 10% of that. We've registered 1,038 children in our various programs. We've hosted our very first gymnastics meet, the Groovy Peace, Love, and Gymnastics meet in October. We had 100 gymnasts competing from around the state, and we believe that at least 20 families did stay the night. We know they all ate at our fabulous restaurants, and we even made a couple of $1,000s on the effort. Currently, our competition teams are doing very well. Mystic Dance, Extreme Cheer, middle school and high school cheer teams are all getting ready to continue their competitions. Our Excel gymnasts just completed their first year with honors. And our boys team, now with 5 members competing and 14 in the class, is getting ready for their first competition next week in Albuquerque and will already be competing in the New Mexico State competition. Our girls' competitive team has been on the podium many times this season, and all but 2 gymnasts of 26 have already qualified for the state finals. Our aftercare and camp programs continue to grow, as well as our school programs, Special Olympics, and Los Anelitos. Our staff has increased, and we now have over 15 employees on the regular payroll, and our annual payroll is approximately $150,000 a year. We've invested $25,000 in new equipment, and we did host the first gold medalist fundraiser with Nastia Lukin this past spring, and 150 children had the opportunity to work out with her and hear about living healthy lives. We also had 200 guests who came to Taos for the dinner, stayed in our hotels, and supported our efforts. This was a $50,000 fundraising event for us, and priceless media coverage. Our future plans include hosting Nastia and Valerie Lukin for summer gymnastics camp, hosting additional teen and preteen fitness clinics, our spring performance, and hiring new experienced coaches to further develop all of our programs. Our situation, the reason for our request is simple. We have donors who are willing to help us with capital expansion plans to service more children and more programs. They are not willing, however, to invest in a short-term occupancy situation. We believe that this new longer term will be mutually beneficial, and we will have the opportunity to serve more local citizens and their families and enhance the current property owned by the town of Taos. Further, this seems to complement the new partnership with the University of New Mexico across the street at Baton and Rio Grande Halls. We, by the way, are very supportive of this new agreement and feel it also supports our mission of bringing healthy educational programs to our downtown and central area. We have a pending capital fundraising campaign that is completely contingent on the approval of a longer-term arrangement. We also have a narrow window to launch this campaign and take advantage of charitable dollars that will expire in 2014. We ask that you extend us to a 10-year lease with a renewal at that time so that we can make these capital improvements in our facility and your facility and continue to grow what we're providing for our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we're going to go ahead and vote on the item.
Oh.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, I'd like to amend the agenda to move item 9C up for consideration at the present time.
Okay, is that okay with the council?
Yes.
Okay, motion and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Members of the council, I put this item on the agenda at the request of my conversation, based on my conversation with Ms. Friday. It's precisely for what she just described, and I believe that it's in order for us to work with this organization, and I must say that you have done a stellar job, and you are to be
We have
commended.
a large team.
Your board, I have seen the results, I have seen the cheer that you see in
Thank you.
the kids, that there's a facility and there's a program right here in Taos, and to bring an Olympic gold medalist here speaks volumes of what you all are doing.
Thank you very much.
So I'm proud to support this. I think that it's a perfect example of public-private partnership, and we're happy to do that, and I'm happy to present this item to the council for consideration. Have you seen the agenda? Have you seen the amendments?
No, I'm sorry. I haven't.
Okay.
I've been a little under the weather.
Okay, I've seen them, and I think that's what you're looking for.
Okay, thank you.
But if the council can maybe allow the mayor to work with the manager and the town attorney, you've seen, and I think all we're changing is the term to a 10-year period with a renewable clause on that. That's basically what we're doing at your request.
Great.
And if you can allow me to negotiate, if there's any fine items that we need to address.
Yeah, depending on the amount, the value of the capital improvements, we might want to all protect each other's interests. So I'm sure we'll need to have further discussion once we know how much money we have.
Okay.
I just do want to let everybody know here that by DFA, the Department of Finance Administration's rules, any lease that goes over 5 years, such as this, has to be approved by them. So there should be no problem. Of course, we would be recommending it, but I just want to let everybody know that that's one of the bases we're going to have to touch before it's all over.
Okay. Okay. Any comments, questions by the council?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Gonzalez.
before we vote, Mr. Mayor, I just want to tell Debbie, thank you for the great job that you've done.
Thank you.
It's always nice seeing, my ears perk up when you say that you've created $150,000 worth of jobs, because that's economic development within our community. And it only goes to show to the testament that this mayor and council is devoted to the lower downtown area with regards to revitalization. I mean, high altitude athletics, and now the University of New Mexico going in next door to Convention Center. So I want to thank you. I mean, we have many young men in our audience this evening, and some young women also that were excellent athletes, and I think you helped foster that from a very young age. So we're very proud that you're within our community, and we have
Thank you
people like
very
you
much.
here. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Peralta.
Thank you, Mayor. Debbie, thank you and your board for all that you're doing for this. And I know that in our discussions over the years about this, it was a real act of passion on your part to get this thing done, and we appreciate that very much in our community. And our discussions about the use of that old swimming pool area, I'm glad that you took up on that and brought it to the town's attention, that the better use of that was for your program than as an extension to the convention center that wasn't doing much of anything. So putting space to good use, I think, is a proper way to do that, and I applaud your program for doing that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Not entertaining?
Real quick, just thanks, Debbie, for providing activities for our children in this community to show them the path, what it takes to compete, and they can carry that on to their lives as adults. And it's very important, and thank you for everything you do for our children.
Thank you all for your support. We couldn't have done any of this without your support, and we all know it was a long road to get here, but it was certainly worth traveling, and the future looks very, very bright. And Gina Ceruto from our board also has one of our groovy Peace, Love, Gymnastics medals for you all, just to say thank you again, because the town was a sponsor for this meet, and we will have it again next year. They've already approved us for October. And we look forward to seeing you all there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Do I have to get back into gymnastics to wear this?
No, this medal's on us.
I don't think you'd want to see that.
I can't get into gymnastics either. Thank you.
Okay, entertain a motion to approve.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Motion to approve.
Second.
And a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you all very,
Thank you
very
very
much.
much. Thank
Thank you.
At this time, as mayor, this is one of the things that I enjoy doing the most, that is recognizing what makes my job easier, and that is recognizing employees that have devoted to the town of Taos and done a stellar job. And this time I've had the honor of working with this gentleman who has decided to leave the town. He was our chief for a short stint, and then decided that he was going to retire, and moved aside and said, you know, since I'm on the path to retirement, I think it's time that we start looking for a chief. And his leadership is commendable. He did a lot of really good things for our department, and we're sad to see him go, but we're happy for him for successfully completing a stellar career in law enforcement. So if I can have Mr. Jerry Hogrefe come up, so we can, and his family, so we can pay tribute to him. So at this time, it's my honor, on behalf of the mayor and council, to present you this retirement proclamation. Whereas the mayor and town council of the town of Taos are pleased to proclaim the retirement of Jerry Hogrefe, having faithfully discharged the duties and responsibilities as captain and in for the town of Taos, and also served as our chief. And having met the prescribed requirements for retirement from the Public Employees Retirement Association, on behalf of the citizens of this community, we proclaim January 1st, the day of your retirement, Jerry Hogrefe Day, and his official date of retirement from the town of Taos. Our sincere congratulations, and we wish you well on your retirement, presented this 14th day of January 2014. Congratulations, and I hope you have fun. And I understand that you only retired for a few days, I guess, because you've announced your candidacy for sheriff, I understand.
Yes, sir. I will be
So
next year.
I'll let you just say a few words about your career. And,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't necessarily come here to campaign tonight, but I'm going to take full advantage of this. First of all, Mr. Mayor and Honorable Council, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity of letting me work for you and to serve this community. Many opportunities presented themselves, and I'm a better person for knowing each of you and having the opportunities to work here. With that said, can't thank my wife enough. My vision is for her to grow old with me, not because of me. So that did weigh in somewhat as well. And yes, I'm moving on. This chapter is closed after over 26 years of law enforcement experience here in northern New Mexico, 2 places, Red River and Taos. That's it. And now I intend to bring my experience to the honorable position of Taos County Sheriffs. And you know, Democratic ticket, hey, vote for Jerry. You can find me on the internet. Thank you.
Campaigning really is work.
Also, we'd like to recognize this Deputy County Manager Rick Bellis in the audience, and I believe we have the Honorable Judge Chavez in the audience as well. Okay, this time, one of my, what I enjoy doing the most is recognizing stellar community members, and there's nothing more important than community members than our youth. Our youth are our future. Our youth is an example of what parents are guiding them. And I can't say enough about the football team that just surpassed all expectations this year and did a stellar job in representing our community throughout wherever they went. And kudos go out not only to the players, but to the parents for supporting them in this endeavor. So congratulations on a stellar year. District champs went on to the semifinals of the state round, and we're honored to honor you for representing Taos the way you did in a professional manner. So at this time, I'd like to call these individuals individually, and if they can stay up here while we honor them. And the first individual will be Khalil Bilal. Khalil Bilal. And then I'll read everyone's proclamation, so I don't have to read each one individually, okay? There you go, sir. Congratulations. The next one is Martin Bernal. Is he not here? Okay, the next one is Nick Perez. Nick Perez, is he here? If we can have all the football team members come and start making your way up, that way we can get you guys, because there's a lot of you. Nick Perez is not here. Talon Bloom. Talon Bloom, you here?
Felon.
Talon Bloom.
Felon.
Do we know if he's here yet? Okay. Go ahead and come up here. Antonio Cortez. Antonio Hayden Randall. Is Hayden Randall here? The mother says yes, he better be. Let's wait for Hayden Randall.
Come on, Hayden.
We know you guys weren't that slow when you were playing ball. Stay up here. Go ahead and stay up here. As soon as you get your plaque, stay up here. Isaiah Fernandez. Matthew Baca. Tadeo Herrera. Ramon Miera. Emilio Medina. Emilio Medina. Carlos Bernal. Ramon Marmat. Ramon Marmat. Not here. James Valerio. Abizay Hernandez. He looks really familiar. I think I know his dad. Abizay Hernandez. Gabriel Trujillo. Gabriel Trujillo. Mike Chavez. Cody Apodaca. Abidiel Galindo. Abidel Galindo. Reyes Vizarriaga. Joshua Medina. I know I'm feeling old when I start seeing some of these guys come up. Larry Martinez. Larry Martinez. Nathaniel Garcia. Rick Reed. Elijah Tafoya. Ronald Salazar. Ronald Salazar is not here. Michael Landgraf, a member of our town council, their youth member. Chandler Tafoya. Nick Lemley. José Espejo Salazar. Taylor Rowden. Taylor. Gabriel Ortiz. John Montano. Isaac Gonzalez. Devin Ortega. Ryan McCarty. Ryan McCarty. Lorenzo Rael. Brandon Vigil. David Ayala. Miles Aldrit. Joaquin Medina. Mateo Sandoval. Michael Gallegos. Adam Vigil. Harrison James. Kevin McCarty. Aaron Valerio. Jonathan Cordova. Marshall Cummings. Austin Waxman. Antonio Varela. Slater Pope. Haziel Galindo. John Martinez. This guy is my nephew, Damian Garcia. Joshua Martinez. And now we'd like to honor the coaches at this time. Without the coaches' devotion and really your commitment to supporting these kids, this would have never happened. So really thank you for believing in our youth and going over and beyond to support our kids. So at this time, head coach Flavio Lopez. I can see Mr. Lopez brings that traditional thing of your dad, that discipline and that, accept nothing less but success. And, you really make our community proud. So thank you. Coach Scott McAdams. Coach Benny Mitchell. Coach Ted Tafoya. Coach Tom Good. Coach Mark Gonzalez. Coach Jesus Herrera. Coach Richard Sanchez. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to this year's Taos High School football team, Taos Tigers. Go Taos Tigers. I just want to ask you all, are you guys Denver Bronco fans or what are you guys? I knew Flavio was going to shake his head. all my kids are Bronco fans, so that's why I had to ask that. But can I go ahead and have the coach say a few words, because I think that you did a stellar job, and this is the best outcome that our football team has ever had in the history of the football team, I understand. So if you could come up here so they could hear you on TV. So.
Usually I ditch the microphone real quick because I have a voice that carries. I don't know, I think this year's success is a testament to a lot of different things. Number one, I think with all these kids that are up here, they come from a solid foundation at home, or they found a solid foundation within us. The nicest part about this group of young men, and that includes the coaches also, you young guys there, is that this isn't a team. A lot of sports and a lot of stuff there is predicated upon the premise of team. It's pretty interesting when you can find a bunch of 16, 17-year-old, 18-year-old guys that come together as a family. When you see 60 kids there at 6 o'clock in the morning in the summer where everybody else is sleeping and, maybe some are barely going to bed, whatever it may be, but these guys were there and it wasn't fun. I'm not going to lie to you. Better yet, I'll tell you, it wasn't fun. But they stuck through it. They had each other's back. And in all honesty, we're probably, and this is a hard part to hear, but 2 plays away from being state champs. Without a doubt, and I know these coaches feel the exact same way, you know, our wives have kind of, you know, taken these kids and adopted them. But we love these guys. And, you know, this is just a beginning to the rest of their life, and this is something that our community can get behind because these are our future leaders. I promise you that. And if not, I'll come find you. Thank you.
Coach, I'd like to read this. What you have in your hands is a small token, a very small token of our appreciation, in the way you represented Taos. You should all be proud of yourselves, of your undying commitment to make sure that you did the best for your school and for your team. And it's my honor to present you this small token of our appreciation. And it reads as follows to each and every one of you. The Town of Taos Certificate of Achievement. This certificate is awarded to each and every one of you. The Town of Taos would like to commend you on your outstanding excellence and hard work. It is with great pride that we recognize your achievements. You are leaders of tomorrow. Congratulations, 2013-2014 District Champs. Presented this 14th day of January, Office of the Mayor and Council. Congratulations. Congratulations, Coach.
Yeah, right. No, I understand. I understand. I got you. We can joke about it, I guess. Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah. It's not that. You know, I'm short time with you. Not to do this for a while.
Mr. Mayor.
I've enjoyed it, but I'm
Mayor,
tired.
I want to do a 5-minute recess. Is that okay? Entertain a motion for a 5-minute recess, Mr. Mayor.
Motion to adjourn for 5 minutes and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries.
It did, huh? Oh, well, I'm a human being too. I get angry too. Good, I'm glad you did. Thank you.
I'd like to entertain a motion to come back into session at this time. We made a motion to go out of session.
So move.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Members of the council, so that I can introduce you to our HR director since he's here and the plaque is here, I would like to, in front of the council, he has been appointed by the manager pursuant to our town code, and I thought it'd be more appropriate to have him here and present the plaque to him in front of the council so that you could put the face with the name of our newly appointed HR director, and I'd like to ask Mr. Morris Madrid to come up here at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mr. Morris Madrid, who brings a wealth of education with him, has a master's degree in public administration, amongst other certifications. He has a wealth of, went through the competitive process, went through a committee hiring, and without a doubt, Mr. Morris came out on top, not only with his education credentials, but with his experience in government. He was the HR director for numerous years at the State Hospital in Las Vegas. He was also a city manager in various capacities, served the city of Las Vegas, finance director at different places. So he brings a wealth of knowledge with him, and I have no doubt in my mind that he will serve the town of Taos well. I'd like to also thank the staff during this interim process, Amy, Tamara, and the other members of the staff. Thank you for keeping the ship afloat. You've done this before, and we sincerely appreciate your commitment to the town of Taos. So at this time, it's my honor to present to Mr. Morris Madrid and welcome you to the town of Taos. Town of Taos, appointed department head. The mayor and town council would like to recognize Morris Madrid, who has been appointed by the town manager as human resources director, presented at the regular council meeting of the governing body, town of Taos, on this 14th day of January 2014. Signed, Darren M. Cordova, Mayor. Welcome, Mr. Madrid, to our town of Taos.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I first of all want to thank you for the opportunity. I've been on the job for 2 days, but I sincerely am impressed with the quality of the team that I was handed in human resources. Some of them are here tonight. The quality of the management team that we serve, Mr. Manager, here. And I sincerely look forward to enhancing, keeping the quality of employees that we attract to work for the town of Taos, the quality of the employees that we have, and the quality of life for them. And I look forward to working with the management team, and especially with you all, and giving you the options and the methods to do that. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we will go to the Citizens Forum. I don't have the Citizens Forum sign-up sheet. Is there anyone that would like to speak under the Citizens Forum at this time? Mr. Northrop, welcome to our meeting. I see you have 2 badges on this today. 4 badges.
3.
3 badges and 1 campaign buck.
3 badges, okay, great. Mr. Northrup, I just want to let you know that I did receive a strange call today that you were looking forward to getting kicked out of today's meeting. And I just want to reiterate, no bashing, no personnel matters, and you're good to go.
Well, I don't recall mentioning anyone. I was looking forward to getting thrown out. I have some important messages to pass along, and I certainly don't wish to be cut short on those. And, this is a free speech forum. It's not, and I don't know any particular reason why you'd want to limit the scope of what I have to say. People can come up all the time and compliment you. I don't know why some people can't come up and bring the truth forward as well. In any event, for media articles this week, of course, excluding the despicable DMC reporting, it is apparent that one town council member took advantage of his political power to push through occupancy permits at a Taos housing development. The councilor's construction company had worked on this project. In order to accomplish this permitting, inspection protocol was overruled as huge pressure was exerted to get the undeserved permits issued. The state is investigating. We all hope that our political leaders will bend over backwards not to engage in such criminal activity. But in Taos, the rule of law does not apply to politicians and their connections. Office holders feel free to break the law whenever convenient. And at least in my case, they use the police power to punish their critics. At this very hour, 49 days hence, this runaway train of corruption may stop at the station, new leaders hopping on to the engine. The municipal election kicked off 1 week ago, and we have 7 more weeks to go. I often speak of the corruption that must be spawned by the marriage of government and the media. A prime example is the unwarranted, vicious hatred being spewed by the mayor's DMC broadcasting. I've known council candidate Fritz Hahn for almost 20 years. I would be proud if I could someday be half the man he is. He is a kind, compassionate, intelligent, and thoughtful man. Our community would be blessed 1,000 times over were he elected to this body. Yet on DMC radio, he is demonized. Our town will be set back decades if he and a few others are elected. This hateful and scurrilous talk makes Fox News look responsible. Mayoral candidate Dan Baroni is treated much the same as Fritz. The mayor has sacrificed what little integrity he has to savage his corrupt power grip on our town. Town government seems to be focusing on a key town employee, blaming him for the ridiculous predicaments the town finds itself in. I told this man publicly in this chamber 19 months ago that he could not work for the town without losing his integrity. I apologize for not warning him that he'd take the fall when the castle crumbles. One DMC disc jockey constantly notes that she and others are afraid for their physical safety because of me. She often states incorrectly that the mayor has a restraining order against me. I asked the mayor to direct this angry, dry drunk to quit talking this nonsense.
We're going to stop you right there.
I'm finished. Thank you.
Okay. Next.
Any questions?
Do we have anyone else that would like to comment on the Citizens Forum? Sir, welcome to our meeting.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak during the Citizens Forum at tonight's meeting. My name is Paul Figueroa. I'm the Vice President of the Taos Arts Council. The Arts Council is a voice for all of the arts in the greater Taos area, and it is our pleasure to advocate for art in public spaces. And it's also personally my pleasure and that of the council to coordinate shows of art in the halls of Town Hall. I'm here tonight to let you know about the upcoming show. Morris, I've seen you for 2 days in the hallways and didn't know who you are, and now I do. So it's great to meet you tonight. I'll say hello when I see you in the hallway. The next show is being installed this week, It will be on view from January 17th through March 28th. And it highlights a family-owned and operated business that has been in Taos for over 30 years, Weaving Southwest. It also features over 18 weavers and artists who have been involved with this art form in Taos. It's particularly noteworthy that as we begin 2014, this show reaffirms the place of art in the life and health of Taos. The Arts Council is very appreciative of the town of Taos in providing the space for these art exhibitions. In return, the town receives an important benefit, a promotion of Taos tourism. Additionally, Town Hall, and these are not my words, is pleasantly decorated with fine art, a benefit for the staff, for town visitors, residents who are coming in to acquire permits, to pay bills, and of course the visitors to Taos, as the Taos Visitor Center constantly works with us to direct people to this wonderful exhibition space that also has free parking. I would invite town council and staff to our public opening. It is a week from this Friday, January 24th, from 5 to 7. I might also mention to you that the Taos Arts Council receives funding from New Mexico Arts, a division of the Cultural Affairs Department, and is funded in part through the National Endowment for the Arts. Thank you. I hope to see some of you there January 24th at the public reception.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you for all of your hard work that you do at Town Hall. It really looks nice each time that you rotate and program it. This is one of the many things we do for our artists, is showcase our art. I serve as vice president of the National Hispanic Cultural Center. And perhaps there can be some collaboration to bring some programming there, or take some programming of Taos artists to expose them at the National Hispanic Cultural Center. I think it would be great exposure, and I'd be happy to carry that flag there at the National Hispanic Cultural Center. So kudos to you and your staff and the organization for everything that they're doing in collaboration. You know, I think that was one of the things that when we completed the town hall, is what do we do with all the beautiful walls that were just there, and it's a perfect partnership. And I think, as you said, it provides a pleasant atmosphere for the staff, and it also provides a means for visitors, tourists, to look at our art show, and artists to display their art.
And it's a great staff across the board, from admin to facilities to IT, planning and zoning. Everyone there is very easy to work with and very complimentary of what we're doing.
Great. Thank you. Any other comments, questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone else under the Citizens Forum? I know that we do have some agenda items, and although some of them aren't public hearings, but there may be some comments. I'll allow some comments there. But is there anyone else that would like to speak under general topics under the Citizens Forum? Seeing none, I will close the Citizens Forum and move on with our agenda. Next, we will go to the consent agenda. There are several items on the consent agenda. I will read the items unless the council wants to suspend the rules and approve the consent agenda as presented. I'd be happy to do that as well. Would you like me to read those into the record, council members, or do you want to?
Mr. Mayor, due to the lengthy agenda, if we could just, we've all had an opportunity to go and review this, if we just go ahead and, unless anybody wants to pull them, just amend it. I mean, just approve it.
Okay, entertain a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, motion carries. The consent agenda is approved. Next, we will go to item 9A, approval of promotion of Officer Ronald Montes. The approval, members of the council, the reason why this is coming before you is because Officer Ronald Montes is being promoted to sergeant, and this approval is necessary since his son, Jacob Montes, is also employed by the Town of Taos Police Department. I've been told by the manager that Ronald Montes and Jacob Montes will not be working in a way where Mr. Ronald Montes, the father, will be in any way supervising Mr. Jacob Montes. Oscar, is there any other information that you need to add to that?
No, sir.
Okay.
Recommend approval.
The manager is recommending approval. Both of these gentlemen have been, especially Mr. Ronald Montes, has served in various capacities throughout his career of the town of Taos, and now he's being promoted to sergeant. And both these gentlemen have been employed by the town of Taos Police Department a number of years. Entertain a motion to approve.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Silva.
I would be honored to make a motion to promote Officer Ronald Montes to sergeant.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Congratulations, Sergeant Montes. Congratulations. Mr. Montes, if you, I know everybody knows you, but if you could come up here and we could personally congratulate you on your promotion as well. Congratulations, Sergeant Montes. Actually, this is the second time that he's been, it's his second round of career with the town as sergeant. It's your second round, so that's true devotion to law enforcement and, of course, true devotion to the town of Taos Police Department. Okay, next we will go to item B. Resolution 1407, Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Application. Consideration and possible approval of Resolution 1407 supporting the Tax Trust Low-Income Housing Tax Credit application for a 60-unit affordable housing artist housing project. Mr. Manager?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, among the many things that this council has done to address the very tight housing market inside the town is that we went out in search of a developer partner to help us prepare a proposal for artist housing in the town of Taos. And we selected the Community Foundation from Santa Fe to help us with this. And so they've been moving that project forward. You heard a presentation from her a couple of months ago about the concept. It was then shared with the community where input was taken. That input was then turned into a more clear concept, more concrete concept. And now we're in the process of preparing then an application or a proposal to the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program. One of the critical elements there is going to be, for this application, this proposal to receive the highest possible consideration by the state is that the town make some commitment, a cash or in-kind commitment to the project. And so that's what this resolution does. It doesn't actually commit the money, but it commits that we were going to, by one way or another, find those kinds of resources so that this application can stand the best possible chance of being funded. Of course, it's very competitive. We'll just be one of many communities in the state that will be applying for this. And so with this action, then we give it the best possible chance for success. We have here Sharon Welsh from the Community Foundation, our developer. You've heard from her before, and also our planning director, Martha Perkins. I'll just turn it over to them to explain exactly what this is, if you can do that in a few brief minutes.
Okay. As where we left off last fall, we have put together a tax credit application for the La Posta, 125 La Posta property. And that application is filed with MFA January 31st. And if I forgot to ask the mayor if I could proceed.
Sure, absolutely, absolutely.
Very bad about that.
No, absolutely.
And we are ready to move forward with this, but it's a very competitive, spirited competition, and it's necessary to have the best application that we can possibly put together, and that includes having a significant local contribution to the project, 10% local contribution to the project. So I'm happy to answer any questions about that. That's the short answer, and we can get into the qualified allocation plan and the scoring and the rules. But this, to the best of my knowledge, this resolution is what MFA is expecting to see if there is a local contribution to the project, and it is consistent with your housing element of your general plan.
Now, it says $1.5 million. I mean, we're not talking...
$1.26.
Excuse me, $1.26 million, or $1.25 million. And, but we're not talking here necessarily cash of that amount, but rather in-kind service. And if you could just expand a little bit on that so that it's just clear to the councilman that we're not draining the ending balance here just for that.
If you recall, the town had, we reviewed the sites that were owned by the town and that were owned by other institutions in town. And this is the site that we proposed to you. But the, it is necessary to acquire the site. You don't own it already. And so some cash assistance will be necessary with that. We've been working with staff, and you have already developed some foundation funding to assist with that. And we hope that, you know, all of those sources don't have to come from your general fund revenues, but some of it has to be in cash. I mean, has to acquire the property, and it does need to come through the town. But you have considerable assets to lend to the property as well in the way of waivers of fees for permits, water, for the fees for the water for the project, and everything else that we could count up, including that you have so generously extended your hospitality for meetings for the planning of the project.
Okay. Councilmember Peralta.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions. What is the total cost of this project?
Well, I wish I had a final number for
No,
you
but I'm just
today,
saying
but
ballpark.
the roughly 10 times 1.26 million, but it's a moving target until we have, until we actually have bids in, but until we have final estimates from builders, and we're still arguing with them about it.
But the rough estimate of the investment into the community is
about
about $12 million.
$12,600,000,
Okay.
very approximately.
And of that, what portion is going to have to be in cash?
Well, the 1.26 million that would come from the town of Taos would be in the form of cash or waivers that equate to costs that would be paid if they weren't waived otherwise, like water. And very little of the property results in debt. So most of the 12.6 million is in the form of cash from either tax credit investors, the state mortgage finance authority, using funds from the state housing trust fund and the home program, every source that is available for that purpose, plus of what the town contributes to it, plus there's a developer fee on the project of approximately Well, it can be over $1 million, but more than 50, much of that fee, 50% of that fee, the maximum amount, would be contributed back to the project. So probably less than $1 million would be first mortgage money, and then probably about $1.5 million would be soft second mortgage money from government sources.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Silva, and then we'll get to Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question. I had understood, and help me out here, Mr. Manager, or Mr. Mayor, or Councilman Peralta, that I understood that the town owned property on La Posta. So is this not town-owned property? I understood that town-owned property between La Posta and Camino del Medio.
I'm sorry, I don't know if it owns other property. This particular property is, you probably did own it one time, was the site of the old convent, and it is privately owned at this time.
Okay. So yeah, the property that I'm thinking about is closer towards,
Fred Baca Park.
right, Fred Baca Park.
Sorry, it's
Fred Baca Park. I believe that we've identified that as
we've
possible
Yes,
sites.
it's quite a ways
oh,
down the
yes,
road.
I visited that, and it's not that site was not an infill property.
And I think the problem that they had with that is it wasn't too close to the historic district for, to promote the walkability to. There were some issues that they evaluated different sites.
Some flood issues.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
When we first started talking about the project, this was a while back with regards to the Artist Affordable Housing Development. And, my question is, I get I know the urgent need, and Mr. Northrup clearly threw it out there that I was the individual with the issue with the planning department, and I just want to put on the record that that was not the case at all. But I think the concern I have with this is the amount of in-kind money that would need to go back to it. Roughly about $2 million for the city is a large stretch, especially in today's financial times. I mean, I think when we first started looking at this, we had maybe talked that in-kind portion would be a combination of property and infrastructure. But I think for cash, that's, Mr. Mayor, looking at our budget, that's just completely out the window right now. And I don't want to set this project back 10 years to when there's actually funds available. But, that's, when we first started looking at it as one counselor, that's where I saw it from, was property and in-kind service through infrastructure.
Mr. Mayor, if I could make that more clear. The costs for the total project are what they are. 10% is the amount that derives the maximum score points for that. You're unfortunately in competition with other places in the state, and so, for instance, Albuquerque has a bond-funded assistance for projects. The town of Hobbs has, agreed to provide financing for it. And this $1.2 million, not $2 million, but $1.2 million, likely the cost of acquiring the land would need to be in cash, and all the rest of it would be fees that you don't realize, fees or extending hospitalities or like you did for allowing us to use the city rooms for meetings. All of that's in kind. It's and some of it are things that don't actually cost you money out of pocket necessarily if you're having other meetings at the same time anyway. Your facilities don't cost you extra.
Mr. Mayor, I guess for me, I'd like to see a hardcore number as to what kind of cash the city would have to put up in kind, because, for me, that'd be a heck of a whole lot.
$465,000.
So I'd say that'd be a heck of a whole lot of meetings to.
Well, you have $465,000. I mean, water costs quite a bit, and infrastructure costs quite a bit, and you have. But the cost of acquiring the land is $465,000. The other matters, one thing that you should keep in your mind is that if the project is approved, it will bring about $850,000, give or take, of gross receipts tax to the city. So you're getting some quid pro quo for it, but you're also not necessarily using your own general fund revenues to pay for this. You can get it from foundations and other sources, and you've already done so in what you paid us with. We're seeking other sources also.
What
We
was
won't
the
know
foundation
until
source?
May.
The endowment for the arts?
National Endowment for the Arts.
That was the
The
grant.
question was, what was the foundation source?
That was the grant approval that we did.
That was
for design.
Yes, sir. That was one of the, and that is part of the cost that the town is contributing, part of the cash, that 1.2 that goes in there. So, if I may, just two things, Councilman. First of all, this action itself does not approve any kind of a plan. It just says our intent to go ahead and do that. I would have to come back to you later with that actual plan, and at that point you vote this, there, and yon. So in a way, part of what we're doing here, a big part of what we're doing here, is what we were attempting to do with the airport. So there's a construction project that we cause. That construction project pays a gross receipts tax. Some of that money is what's contributed in form of cash, as well as instead of charging them building permit fees and all the other fees associated with the project, those are things that we can waive and add that as part of the of our local match. So be assured that I'm going to be looking at the plan that takes the least amount of cash out of our pocket as possible. So anyway, this is just an intent so they can back up their application to the low-income housing tax credit program so it'll be competitive. If that happens, if that horse is born, and then I guess at that point we start thinking, what kind of saddle we put on it. So, if the horse is born, if it's approved.
So if the horse is born and we can't beat it?
Yes, that's right. That's right. We can't beat it.
Any other comments?
No, feed it. Not beat it.
Any other comments? I just want to say thank you for this information. The arts is so important to this community. We need to support the arts. I think we have to do it in take different approaches to that, and to make the arts thrive in our community. And that is instill the arts programs and make the arts survive in our schools, so that young artists can be born and groomed to really believe in the value of art. And more importantly, when they do get into that business, make it affordable for them to live in the art colony that we are. And this is a step in the right direction. I think that this is probably the only plan in our community to address this affordability specifically for artists that's available. And I think we need to look at this as it takes money to get money. And we've seen that in all of our infrastructure projects at the state. And nowadays, the grants, they want to know how are we helping ourselves, and what kind of local monies are we putting into it. And as you mentioned, it's very competitive, and other communities are looking at it. So I think it behooves us to really look at this, although it's a substantial commitment. When we look at what does it do to our budget, we need to look at the overall, the big picture as to what is it going to do for our community and our economy 5 years out. 6 years out, especially when we've addressed such a shortage in affordable housing specifically for artists. So I'm excited for it. I'm excited to see, that we're moving forward on it, and to see what the opportunities are.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just make one more suggestion. I don't know how possible it is, but if we're talking about roughly a $10 million project here within our community, do we have any say how much of that should be local actual labor force? Even within regards to what's in the contract, when no purview over that with a developer. We are contributing a substantial amount of money.
Yeah, unfortunately, they have some local preference given when you do the procurement, but it's a New Mexico contractor, so to speak. That's considered local, not necessarily a Taos contractor. And I think what we're all looking for is how can we get Taos contractors to bid on this. And the best thing I can suggest is sharpen your pencils and make sure you're very competitive.
Well, I wouldn't say even in the way of local contractor, just local bodies on site.
We can encourage that when we go out to, but we can't require that. The procurement code just doesn't have that. Yeah. Okay, any other commitments? But I agree with you wholeheartedly, Councilmember Gonzalez. I wish there was a mechanism where we can force that. I know in the private sector you can, but government, it's a little, our hands are tied a little bit more, so. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Entertain a motion to approve the resolution 1407.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember.
I would move to approve, but with one amendment. The resolution states myself as the Mayor Pro Tem, and it should read Andrew T. Gonzalez.
Okay. We will change that. Entertain a motion. That's a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
As amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Next, thank you. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Next, we will go to item D. We already took care of C. Resolution 1408, issuance of water and sewer systems refunding revenue bonds. Mr. Manager?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, with this resolution...
Excuse me, I have to take this call. Mayor Pro Tem, if you could take the meeting over.
Thanks. Thank you. With this resolution, I'm asking for council authorization to move forward with planning to bring to you then a refinancing of outstanding debt, water and sewer utility debt. What we're trying to do here is refinance it, take advantage of current market conditions, and also the fact that some of these notes are expiring, so that we could consolidate them all, and instead of having 5 different coupons to pay every year, that there would just be one. And so what I did is I asked the bond company to look at that and see what possibilities there were to get some savings here, given market conditions and just where these issuances are. We don't have, in the town, as I understand, has never had a financial advisor, so we don't have currently that expertise on staff. I myself, I once did this kind of work, and so I'm comfortable with the math. Of course, in graduate school, I learned how to derive this, and so I'm very comfortable with the math. But what I'm not comfortable with is the current best practices, current market conditions. It's something you just have to learn by doing it day in and day out. And so instead of my trying to delve into there, I asked the bond company to look at that and see if there were any possibilities of savings. So what they've done is they've come back to us with this deal, if you will. In essence, what we would be doing with this, if you approve it on a subsequent council action, is that we would be refinancing some $2.25 million approximately. 5 different, we'd be consolidating 5 different issuances into one. Currently, the average interest rate on the outstanding debt is above 5%, and so, as you know, interest rates today are considerably better than that. So I understand they're changing, but currently they're better than that. And so by doing this, we would save for the next close to 20 years. We would shorten some of the debt, use some of the cash that's in the revenue in the reserve funds for that debt to pay earlier coupons rather than let them go out. And so over close to 20 years, we would be saving a little bit more than $200,000. And I'm being specifically general here because, of course, it's not until we actually go to market and that we will know the final prices. Now, one of the elements here is that we would actually get them rated. Currently, hardly any of the debt that the town has issued is rated. The town itself is not rated. And so this would, in essence, be some of our first steps into the market for rating, and with that start to take some of the very baby steps that we'd have to take for a subsequent much larger borrowing to pay for our 5% for the airport. So anyway, so what I'm asking with this is your authorization to continue moving forward, so that you know about it, and so that when it comes to you, I guess the earliest it could come back would be in about a month, so that you know what it's about and you have a chance to ask questions, etc. Now, before I turn it over to Mr. Ramos here, I do want to say that while contracting with a bond broker or a capital banker like and Company meets the state procurement regs, this is not in and of itself a bid. We did not ask for bids. We did not do all of that. And again, we didn't do that because there's not that expertise on staff, both to prepare such a bid, and then if we got those proposals back for us to tell you with the expertise that we have that this one deal is better than the other deal. And so what we're telling you with this is that we're convinced that we could achieve over the next 20 years some $200,000 in savings, take advantage of the current market conditions for that, and rather than wait until we have on board, but subsequent to this, I'm going to be asking council authorization to bring on board a financial advisor, but rather before waiting for that we could just go ahead and take advantage of this opportunity for savings, and so that we can anyway, and also facilitate our cash management by consolidating 5 coupons per year to 1. Anyway, without any more, I asked Mr. Ramos here to just walk us through what the proposal is, so that if you have any questions, we can start from there.
Mr. Manager, real quick. In our last budget sessions, I think we were talking that how close are we looking to these expiration of bonds? Because I thought the closest one we had coming up was 2019.
Yeah, but not the utility bonds.
Okay.
Yeah, there's different kinds of course, the town has debt in different areas. One area that we have is in the utilities, so those bonds are paid back or guaranteed with revenues from the water and sewer utilities. Others are guaranteed with tax revenue from GRT and so on and so forth, depending on the ones that we have.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mr. Manager. My name is Luis Ramos. I'm the analyst at George K. Bond & Company. Council members, thank you for having me today. It's always nice to come up to this beautiful community. I know my 2 bankers were really disappointed that they couldn't come today, but they actually had a prior engagement with the Village of Corrales, who we were in the market for today, and actually sold bonds as an underwriter for today as well, which is what we're hoping to do with the Town of Taos. I'm going to just quickly, and a lot of the stuff Mr. Manager Rodriguez already explained, but I'm just going to kind of quickly go through the presentation of what we've come up with and what we believe is a very good deal for the Town of Taos. So we'll go ahead and go just page by page. So we have the table of contents, which obviously I don't need to explain. So the first page on the first slide on slide 4, again, like Mr. Rodriguez said, you have 5 outstanding loans with the USDA, and the final maturity for those loans is 2040. Now, those loans are paid, and on the next page it kind of shows you when they're paid, but they're kind of all over the place. There's some in March, there's some in December, and so again, one of the reasons that we want to do this is we feel that it would streamline your debt management and just allow the finance department to make those payments much easier. But this just shows you graphically how the debt stacks on top of each other. You have Series 1993A, 1993B, 1995A, 1998A, and 2000A. Obviously, the later ones are going to mature at the latest time, which is in 2040. Also, on the next few, staying with this, your average coupon with the USDA right now is about 5.2%, which obviously the market is much more competitive than that, and one of the reasons that we can get the savings that we can, and we can also cut down the debt. So if you go ahead and go to slide 5. There it goes. This just shows you all of your current USDA debt by year, and this is year ending. So again, and it shows a couple of things that you may want to look at is it shows the coupon rate for each one in that middle column. So you can see that those are really high. In those first 3, it's 5.625, 5.5, 5.125, and those don't change. USDA comes out with an interest rate once a year, and that's kind of what they set for the year, and they're usually above 4.5%. And so you can see the outstanding amounts that you owe on all of those. In the first one it's 480, and so far you just keep going down the line. There's $1 million one, which is one of the bigger ones that the town still owes on. On the following page, you have the same thing. It just ends. So you have the other 2 loans that are still outstanding. And then on the total outstanding debt service, so that is principal and interest for all 5 of these loans, you're seeing an average in those first, up until 2033, you're seeing an average of about $167,000 a year. We were able, in requesting a scale from our syndicate desk, we were able to match, not only match that annual debt service, but actually lower it a little bit, and then cut the debt short, which would mean that the town would have the capability to pay it off in 2033 instead of waiting all the way until 2040. So that's your outstanding debt as of today, as of January 14, 2014. On the next page, it just kind of goes through what the deal can bring to the town. Number one, like we said, it's going to consolidate all that debt. So you're not going to have 5 annual payments. You're going to have 2 semi-annual payments. And so that, again, for the finance department, is going to be much easier to handle and to manage. The second part is that you're also going to be able to have well, the other part that we've talked about is you're going to be able to cut the debt short, which is great. And then finally, one of the things that Mr. Rodriguez touched on is a bond rating, which is really important for a community. If the town decides to go out for bonds later on, you have that rating, you're in the public eye, investors have seen your audits and your revenues, and so it's a good fiscal policy to have one of those bond ratings. So if you decided to do this, we're looking at the last payment being June 1st of 2033, and your average annual debt service is about $162,000, which again is a little bit lower than that $167,000 that we saw earlier. On the final page, you just have a summary of what we've been talking about. We're looking at a par amount of about $2.195 million. Your average annual debt service is $162,724. Final maturity is June 1st, 2033. Your net present value savings, which we take into account inflation and the fact that money is not going to be worth as much later on as it is now, is still your cash flow is still about $211,000 in savings. Your present value percentage, which it is not a law in New Mexico, but it's somewhat of a rule of thumb that you want to be at least at 3%. As you can see, you're about 3 times that. And that mostly comes out of the lower coupons and also the fact that you're cutting the debt short by about 7 years. You also have your all-inclusive cost, which ties in fees, our fee, bond counsel's fee, and then a rating fee, which the rating agencies charge for each rating for each deal. And I believe that is it. I will open it up to questions. Anything I need to...
Okay. Any comments, questions for the council? Councilmember Peralta?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I don't really have any questions on this particular thing here. However, I do have concern that we're going to this project without any analysis from anyone else or any bid from anyone else as to what they can provide for us. And going to what our manager indicated earlier, that we don't have a bond counsel person on staff, but I think as a prudent man rule, we should look at this consolidation of debt from a number of different sources based upon that fact and look at what the possible best payment should be. And including in that is the original issuer, which is the USDA, and seeing what they are willing to do with us in the current market. So my feeling is that we're a little bit premature in looking at this. I think that I would recommend that the staff go back and do some more research and then bring us together a package of things that we can look at and make a decision on rather than just one particular proposal.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Gonzalez.
I think I'd have to agree with Councilmember Peralta, and the biggest reason being is because there's not a huge offset gain in between there, the $5,000 that you see annually. But, I think sending it back out, or at least getting it to DFA or to USDA to see what our best rates are, may be better.
Mr. Mayor?
Marietta.
Mr. Mayor, council members, we did do the process at the beginning. I did contact NMFA, George K. Baum, and another firm to start the process. And these guys are the ones that took the interest in contacting USDA and getting the information and getting the package together. So, we can do that. That's not going to be, we're going to probably have to show them their numbers and sort of do a bid process backwards. And, with time in the market and stuff, I'm not saying we can't do that, but I just wanted to let you know that we did try that first, and these guys are the ones that stepped up and gave us worked with us to get the information. So not saying that we cannot do that, I just wanted to let you know we did go through a lot of work to get them to this point and us to this point with all this information. Just a point.
So does staff feel confident, Mr. Mayor, that this is a good way to go?
Well, we did some research, and we can't compare other people's analysis just with one figure saying, give us a figure. There's things behind the scenes that these guys have prepared. And, we can go back and do that analysis in a more depth way. But we feel comfortable that this is a good way to go with right now. USDA will do some refunding. We did check really quick. The rates, 4.5%, I think is what Luis came up with. But you're right, we don't have, a comparison back behind the scenes of the coupons, the years behind it. We just have maybe a flat rate from somebody else. But nothing to show you to even say that that's a comparison.
And I think that's what I'm hearing from Councilmember Peralta, is that he wants to see that comparison. This is, if we go this route, and it may very well be that this company may, be the best way to go. I think that's what I'm hearing now. Is that what you're asking for?
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, it's just like anything else that we do. If we go out for bids on proposals to do issuance of anything, we try to find the best possible deal. And in this case, we've got one deal. So I don't know it's the best possible deal. I don't even know what to compare it to. So that's where I'm coming from in saying, as a prudent man, I need to see that information before me before I can make a decision to go forward. And so I'm just asking for staff to go back and do some research and talk to some more people and bring us some proposals, and then we can consider which is the best proposal and use staff recommendation to go along with that.
As I started out my remarks, we don't have a financial advisor. We don't have an expert on staff.
Mr. Mayor, if I could interrupt just a second. I don't think we need a bond counsel to tell us whether or not 4.5% or 4.25% is different. We can see that. And that's all I'm asking is there plans out there that are better than this or worse than this? And so that we can, as a prudent person, look at this and see whether or not we're getting the best deal. And I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it has nothing to do with the bond counsel. It has to do with whether or not we're getting the best rate and the best payback ability for the citizens of Taos. And that's all I'm asking for.
Again, we just don't have that expertise on staff to analyze something like this, to tell you if we get 3, 4, however many proposals to come, to tell you this one, the way it's structured, not just the interest rate, but the way it's structured, is the best deal going forward. I guess is what I'm telling you. I do intend to address that by doing a request for proposals for us to have a financial advisor. But look, we will get you the best information we can, but for us to sort of bring back to you something that says, look, we understand the market, we understand the best practices, or the current practices well enough to tell you this deal is significantly better than that deal. Having done this before, I can tell you I don't have that expertise, and I don't believe we have that expertise on the staff.
Would we recommend then getting a consultant to analyze this and see what is the best deal, what is the best method to move forward?
That's what it would take. It would take us having a financial advisor, not a counsel, a bond counsel, but a financial advisor, someone who doesn't sell us the products, who's not in the market to issue these things themselves, but rather is just solely in the market to provide financial advice. A BOM does provide those sorts of services. They're not taking that role here. In the future, I guess one of the people we would invite to propose as a financial advisor would be BOM. But in this case, what we just have here is an opportunity. Conditions could change. They might very well stay the same, but conditions could change. And I guess I'm just satisfied that there's enough of a savings here not enough information to tell you this is the very most savings that we could get, but enough of a savings here that I would feel comfortable going forward, at least to this point. We're going to have to bring it back to you to vote anyway, approval or not anyway. I just want to sort of just be upfront with you that we're looking at this and that we're working with the bond company to do this so that when it comes to you, at least you know why it came here and how it came here.
Councilmember Abeyta.
Thank you, Mayor Cordova. Marietta, you said you went out to 3 different groups.
Yes, I've proposed the cause that, we know these interest rates are high and the interest rates are low. So I went to the Finance Authority and we've worked back and forth. I've sent information to them just like I did to these guys and I did to RBC, Capital Markets also. So I did the legwork to all 3 of them at the beginning and, tried to get correspondence back and forth. And these guys, they just, did the next move and said, let us go to USDA. We need to help you get, this stuff going. So that's what they did. So it was an official bid. We didn't do it that way, but I did give the opportunity for everybody to jump on it. I mean, we can...
But it was in the form of a verbal solicitation.
Yes, it was verbal. I mean,
just wasn't
emails. There's emails back and forth. The documents, I've sent them all my debt service information. They gathered some of the stuff. So, I started that process at that point in that way. We didn't ever tend to do it as a bid process. We just wanted to get, the information out and see what.
So, Marietta, for the purposes of the listening audience, if we consolidate these 5 bonds into one, what is the total gross savings that we're going to yield?
And this is an estimate based on the figures that they have given us and the $211,000. There's still some figures to work out, but that is the gross savings. It does cut down the debt. It does cut down our administration of the funds, the transfers on a monthly basis for all the 5 set. Cleans up the accounting, the fund maintenance on getting rid of probably 10 funds. So there's some benefit for the department to be more efficient on that side. And the cost savings, the cost savings is there. We're not saving $500,000. We're not saving, I don't think anybody would save us that amount of money. But it's
Mr.
a
Mayor,
recommendation, but we will take.
On that note, Councilmember Abeyta, so we're saving $217,000 approximately.
211,000.
211,000 plus the debt service is cut by 7 years?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Abeyta.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Manager, and Marietta. Marietta, I hear what you're saying, and I actually agree with it. I think an 85% solution today is better than a 100% solution 3 months from now. You did go out and do verbal solicitations. This company replied. We are going to cut the service debt by 7 years. We're going to save $211,000. So I'm actually okay with it.
Okay. I have a question for our attorney. You said you didn't do the formal bid process. Do we need to go, does this meet procurement?
Under the statute, it's exempt from procurement if they are just doing the whole transaction. So the exemption from the procurement is, I think it's in your packets.
Yeah.
But I mean,
let me hear from Brian.
He just
what
didn't
is your
answer, so I
opinion?
just threw in my 2 cents. So I yield to him.
Are you done, Marietta?
I'm done. Well, you.
Frankly, I had the same questions when I saw this, and I only saw it very briefly. The reason I approved the resolution is it's not a contract, and we still have time to make sure that procurement issues are resolved. There's certainly a strong likelihood that this process is exempt from the procurement code. Doesn't mean it's exempt from examining other possibilities.
Okay. So this is a resolution, and then we would get the final documents. This is just directing staff to move forward?
This is, yes, it's an intent for us to go forward with this plan, with this deal.
Okay. And I guess since I do see some concerns, and in an effort to address those concerns, if we approve this resolution, move forward, and in your presentation to approve, bring us the supporting documents that you yourself researched so that we can address the concerns that this is the best deal that we found internally. Would that be okay with the council?
Not with me.
Mr. Mayor, one question I have is the 211 that you guys are talking about, is that in lieu of the $65,000 in fees as well, or are we talking 211 plus?
No. That everything is in the analysis of the numbers. Everything is included, and in that 65,000, all the fees are already included. So you're not going to see another bond rating fee. That's the bond rating fee is included. Our fee is included, and also underwriters counsel's fees or bond counsel's fee is included. So there's not any other fee that we're going to tack on after this. We like to run the numbers in a conservative fashion and put that in so that there's no surprises for the town council.
And I think those are attached with the agenda packet that you have.
And those fees, do they fall in line with others?
Yes, sir. We presently they're right below 3% of the entire deal, which is the market rate. We just did a deal, like I said, with the Village of Corrales, and the fees are very comparable. We'd be more than happy to share that with you, and if you wanted to look at it.
Okay. Any other questions, comments?
No, Mr. Mayor.
What is the pleasure of the council?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember
I have a
Silva.
comment. Marietta, or actually a question. Marietta, when you were talking to the bomb company, did they know at that time that the other companies that you were talking to were non-responsive?
Actually, when I did finally go forward with the specific information, I did let them know that other people had been contacting me for their business to do the same kind of transactions. I've sent them information. So I did let them know that I did have conversations with the other two. So they were aware, and the other two were aware too. It's, they were all aware of what was, what I had requested.
So did the bomb company at the time of putting this package together, was your thought process such that you were being as competitive as possible, knowing you had potential competition?
Again, we weren't, a bid process is a little bit different, and you're probably going to be a little bit more competitive. But we really tried to stay under that 3% and stay conservative. Now, these aren't final numbers. If there are concerns, we know that's our maximum. I guess is the best way to say it. That $65,000, that's the maximum that we're going to charge for this deal. If anything, it would go down again, depending on who we use for bond counsel, and how much the rating and the rating strip actually cost. Those kinds of things.
So, are you giving the town of Taos the best deal possible that you could
Yes, sir.
possibly
We believe
give?
so.
Mr. Mayor, if I could ask a question. I'm sorry.
You're done with your questions?
I may have another question. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. Councilmember Peral.
Are you insuring the rating? Is that the reason that you're getting it, or what?
No, sir. We asked for the scale in thinking that the town would have a single A rating, which again is being conservative. It's the same as an A2, and so it's not insured at this time. We didn't run it that way, and so the numbers that you're seeing in front of you have a debt service reserve fund because we're assuming an A2 rating. Now, if we were to have, and again, just to give you an example of Corrales, they got an A2 rating as well. We went to we got two bids from bond insurance companies, got the bond insurance and the surety bond. It cost the village about $18,000, and they did not have to fully fund the debt service reserve fund, which means they were able to issue less debt. And that is an option. But we, again, being conservative, we're saying you are going to fund a debt service reserve fund. These are what your payments are going to be. But those are all options that we can look at as we move forward.
So the rating on these bonds would be an A, at least?
We would like to believe so, yes, at the very least.
Okay.
Yes.
And when would you know that?
We would have to do a rating.
If we're less than an A minus or a B plus, what would that change in the rates?
It would, the worse that the rating gets, obviously the rates are going to go up. It just depends. It's going to be maybe 10 basis points per maturity. It just depends how bad the rating is or how good the rating is, because it can also go the opposite way. We will work with the town to put a ratings presentation together to get all of your information and to go and to present that to the rating agency. And we've had times where our rating comes out better than what we expected because of, again, and I believe that this is true, that the great fiscal management of the town, the administrators, and so sometimes it goes the other way.
Thanks, Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Silva. Any other questions?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So this resolution, council members will direct staff to create an ordinance, and then it'll go through a public hearing process, and at that point, then we would finalize this deal. If it, once the bond council and everyone has appeared, then we would see if it, in fact, is in the best interest.
So, Mr. Mayor, the key to this is that approving this now, we would stay with the bond company.
Well, the resolution, yeah, I mean, it's the intent for us to engage with the bond company.
But it is not a binding resolution in any way. So if at any point it becomes economically inefficient to do this deal, then the town can pull out without any consequence.
I understand that, Mr. Mayor, but it doesn't allow us to seek other counsel.
Okay. What is the pleasure of the council at this time?
Mr. Mayor, I'd still go with my recommendation that we send it back to staff and do some more research.
You want to put that in the form of a
Put that in the
motion?
form of a motion.
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor.
Motion to go back to staff and do some more research. Any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Abeyta?
Thank you. Based on the recommendation of our finance manager and our manager, I think that staff has done a diligent job.
Okay.
Comment, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Silva.
I would agree with you, but I'd just like to see a little bit more information.
Since it appears that there's maybe some disagreement, clerk, can we call the roll, please? The motion is to send it back to staff to do more research and bring it forth. I think you know what we're looking for, right? Or that the council member is asking on this motion.
Okay, Councilmember Abeyta?
No.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Silva?
Yes.
By the vote of 3 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, we're going to ask staff to research it further and bring us the supporting documents, if you will, that you conducted.
Mr. Mayor, council member, and just to make it clear, with Councilmember Peralta, it then may turn into a formal bid process now, I think. So we'll have to go back and look at our options of how we'll have to do it. So just so it's not just a matter of getting emails and stuff, it may be like a whole process in time. So we'll work that internally with the manager and Luis, how we're going to deal with that, you know, because he already has his numbers out on the table. So we may have to take a different route.
Okay.
But
And
just so you know.
I would just work closely with legal to ensure that whatever we're doing, whatever path we take, it's within the confines of the procurement code. Okay?
Got it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ramos. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, next we will go to item E, consideration and possible approval of staff recommendations for project funding requests. Oscar.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, as you know, with the special legislative session coming up and focused entirely on financial issues, there could be an opportunity there to request special legislative appropriations. And so, as we did last year, we bring to you our recommendation for what those priorities should be. And just in terms of projects, in essence, what you have there in terms of our recommendation is the projects that you have approved in the past as part of the infrastructure capital improvement program, which is what the state requires local governments to have in place to really request any kind of funding, whether it's special legislative funding or otherwise. And so what we try to do is heed the instructions and the trends that are set, the instructions set by the governor's office that they prefer infrastructure projects, straight-ahead infrastructure projects, and also projects that would have no other chance of getting funding otherwise. And so what you have there are those lists, all those projects you're familiar with. Who helped prepare this was our assistant town manager, Abigail Adame, and who could then answer any specific questions as to the calculations that we went through. If I just point out one other thing, when we went through this process, we brought to you the ICIP CIP, 5-year plan, et cetera. It was put together with the instructions by the state as to how projects were rated. And so, in essence, what we've done is sort of move those projects up, according to how those ratings were. We share that information with you. So we're hoping that none of this is any new information to you, but rather just projects that you've approved in the past, maybe taking some out that we think we just have no chance of getting funding based on what the governor's office has said.
Okay. I think on a lot of these, Oscar, we've been very successful in getting funding, whether it's at the legislature or some of these committees, the Water Trust Board or the CDBG. And you're correct, this governor wants to see infrastructure projects and also what are we doing to help ourselves. And I think that's why we've been very successful, because we've been showing our local match is substantial. So I think whatever we do, we need to make sure that we're in a position, because in each time that I've gone to testify, they've asked, if we give you 80% of this, what happens to the project? Or if we give you 50% of this, what happens to the project? And unfortunately, many communities will say, well, that'll hurt us and we won't be able to finish it. And that jeopardizes them getting any funding. So this council, I think, has been very proactive in putting money up front, so that I feel confident when we're testifying, saying this project, we're going to make it happen, and we need the state's help, and they've been very supportive. So is there any comments by the council? Councilmember Peralta.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Manager, I seem to remember that some of these roofing projects we had in our budget. Is that correct? Or?
Yes.
So,
and they're in our 5-year CIP, yes.
Okay, but any in the current fiscal year?
Yes, we have, well, in fact, we have the guy who's Mr. Roofing Project for us. Steve, if you'll just point out the ones that are on that list that are currently or in the next year or two slated to be funded.
The reason I'm asking this question, because it goes in line with the mayor was talking about, that if we can show the legislature, for example, that we have 20% of these projects funded, then we're asking for the difference. So what it would do for us if we have 3 roofing projects that are ready to go and we have the funding for them, if we ask for 10 roofing projects, then we can say the money we have for the 3 we split between the 10. And it makes us get more money for and do more projects at the same time. And so it's not, if that fails, then we still fall back on the fact that we will get some of the projects done with in-house.
Okay. Sure, and we certainly have enough roofs to put together a big list. So in essence, what we would be doing, I guess, just to try and translate that into how we would adjust our 5-year capital improvement program. So we would, in essence, we'd be talking about is the roofing projects we have for the next 5 years. In essence, moving them up in terms of our priorities for the legislative session. So could you just give us that list, Stephen?
Okay. Mr. Mayor, Council, Mr. Manager, the roof projects that are on this list that are in our current year CIP are the Coronado and Don Fernando Halls and the Taos Public Library. Those are partial roof replacements, not repairs. The money for the Baton Hall re-roofing is being moved to another project since the UNM took over. In order of precedence for next year, excuse me, for our CIP, I would say the Visitor Center is the most important, followed by Ancianos. But those 2 that I listed, the Coronado and Coronado and Don Fernando Hall and the Taos Public Library, are in this current year CIP.
Okay. And Mr. Mayor, if I could, just is that what we're talking about here is the fiscal year that ends in July, and then the fiscal year that begins in July. I mean, ends in June.
June 30th.
And then the next fiscal year begins in July.
Right.
So legislative appropriations, if it came, would come in the next fiscal year, which begins in July 1st.
Okay.
Unless there's an emergency clause.
Okay. Any other comments, questions?
Okay.
Oscar, I think, have we had any discussion with the county? we had talked at a joint meeting
Camino
for
del Medio.
for collaboration on Camino del Medio. And I think that if we're able to work with the county, I think, you know, I know that's going to be a transition with the county to get out of the community centers type of projects and more into the infrastructure as in regards to CDBG. But I think there was consensus on the county commission that if we were to jointly apply, or not jointly apply, but apply for phases of Camino del Medio that lie within the municipal boundaries, and they would apply also for Camino del Medio, and we phase it out in multiple phases, because it joins with a state road, there may be some MAP funding, I believe,
Yes.
that is available, so we could make this a very viable project to get from 240 as it circles around and Camino del Medio, and it could be
Right.
another form of a bypass that our citizens can use, and also that we can expand our infrastructure there as well. But not only will it end there, but I think looking at Tom Holder Road in the county, as it could potentially punch down through to UNM-Taos as an long-term large project. So I think that is a major project, but I think it could be phased out. And once CDBG gives you the first phase, they believe in the project and they're committed to it, you know, as long as we're timely completing those phases. So I would make sure that we're continually talking to the county.
Well, Mr. Mayor, we've been trying to get on the county's agenda now for a better part of almost 2 months now. We hope we get success in the next couple of weeks, so we can present to them our estimate of how to step forward. Step number one, just the way we do projects, and we think this is the best way to do them, is to actually have them engineered, and so that we know where it's going to go, how it's going to go, what all needs to be done, et cetera, instead of just applying for them and sort of figuring that out later. As you know, that's how we've been able to get a CDBG every year, so that when we get the funding, it's actually for construction, because the thing is designed and it's already in place and we just move forward. And so we want to continue with that practice here, and so what we want to intend to present to the county is our best estimate of the engineering costs, and so that then we could work out a splitting out of the costs, so that we can get going on that as soon as possible, so that when CDBG does come up, it's an engineered project. We know what it is we're applying for, or each side is applying for, so we can go forward. So to answer your question directly, Mr. Mayor, yes, we are doing that. At least the staff themselves are talking about this. We've seen the numbers. It's a matter now of just presenting it to the county commission, so that we can say, look, here's the engineering costs. It's a substantial amount. It's about, it's more than $500,000, for example, of engineering costs. And so what we want to is report to the county and say, well, before we go forward, before we start paying engineers, are you still in? Because it is a substantial amount. So we'll keep pressing for that. We'll keep you posted on the results we get, or the answer we get.
The reason why I say that is we can identify low to moderate. The CDBG grant, we've been successful every year in getting those, and while we can identify some within our boundaries, is it truly benefiting the greater constituency? It doesn't make sense just by virtue of it being and meeting the requirement. And if we can partner up, and instead of receiving $500,000, which is the maximum amount per year, if jointly we can go and each receive $500,000, that's $1 million in infrastructure that we can get in multiple phases. And once we get the first year, we're going to get every year thereafter if we timely complete those phases. So it just makes more sense. I think that, whether you're a town resident or county resident, a lot of people use Camino del Medio. The fact that we're now starting to fix some of our through streets is a way of relieving traffic, because we're now fixing our connectivity within our main corridor. So I think that should be a priority as far as our CDBG, to look at the option of working with the county.
Sure.
And if the county is prepared to partner up in such an application,
So-
or joint application, or parallel applications, I should say, because they would be separate applications, but we could give a really good presentation that these dollars are going to go a long way.
Sure. Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schultz.
I do believe that the county has identified as the Camino del Medio project as one of their legislative priorities, as they noted that at the IGC legislative luncheon. So I do believe that they're on the same page. I think we just need to start working with them a little bit more closely.
But the specific funding at this point that we need to step forward with is the engineering costs, some $540,000 worth of that. You know, obviously some of that would fall to the town, some of it would fall to the county. Maybe that engineering, that piece of the project would be part of the legislative request. And $500,000 to pay for the engineering.
And I think if that legislative request goes through, we can show that our ultimate plan is to have comprehensive applications go to the CDBG so that they know, you know, that how we're going to fund the rest of the project.
Yep.
Councilmember Peralta.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Manager, the $540,000 I think that we're talking about here, is that strictly for engineering?
Yes, sir.
Well,
Yes, so the entire project that the mayor here described all the way to from state road to state road.
So it would include the county portion of the road besides
Yes,
the town portion of the road?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to do a complete engineering
Yes.
program, and then from that, then we would determine what the funding costs would be to implement that engineering.
And how we would phase it, things like that.
Well, I think if we're doing that, we definitely have to have the county on board, because we're talking about making sure that the county portion is engineered the way they feel that it needs to be engineered. So it's really going to take that partnership, and I think that's a very, very important part of the county. And that arterial is already being used extensively, but in some cases people are afraid of it because it's not in very good shape.
Yes.
And no speed humps. Or at least make sure we check with the fire department on speed humps to see if they're warranted. Councilmember Abita.
Thank you, Mayor Cordova. Mr. Manager, do we own all the right-of-way from state road to state road at this point?
I mean, we the town, no, not we the town, but there is sufficient right-of-way. There might be some areas where, you know, just preliminary that we were looking at, there might be a question of having to acquire some pieces in order to smoothen out curves and things like that. And well, that's what the engineering thing is about, to just so that we understand all of that.
So in the town, we believe we own all the right-of-way?
Yes, sir.
But in the county, of course, we do not.
Yes, and of course, on the county side, it's the bigger part of the road. So yeah,
would condemnation be something we might have to consider, or the county would have to consider to be able to connect the artery?
Yeah, of course, once you start a project like this, it is a complicated project, very worthwhile and complicated project. Yes, those issues might come up.
In particular, if we have to widen it for bike paths.
Particularly if you have to widen it for bike paths.
Bike paths.
Bike.
Oh, I thought you said bypass.
Bike paths. Yeah.
Okay. Is this, what is the pleasure of the council?
Move to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
And a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Oscar, if we could set up a meeting with our lobbyist as well?
Yes,
so that we
with
can
Mr. Cisneros to tell
identify
him these are.
these and then just kind of set some dates on where he plans to shake some hands with the decision makers and those that are in charge of the purse strings there. So,
got it. Thank you.
Next item, we will go to item E, consideration and possible approval, direction to staff to prepare an application to the New Mexico Main Street Program. Oscar.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, with this item, I just sort of want to notice you that that I'm moving forward with the plan that the council had previously approved as part of the budget process. You recall that during the budget process, there was a discussion about what to do with the contract that we had with the contractor to provide coordination services and a number of other things in the historic district. And the decision by the council was to allow that contract to expire, but to not give up on that effort. And so what the council did is you put aside some $50,000. You created a fund called the Historic District Improvement Fund and dedicated to that all of the parking revenue. And in it also you put in the cost for the rental fees for the land, some $60,000 and a number of other costs there, and also $50,000 to keep an effort going to promote the historic district and provide coordination services for the merchants and the people who go there, who make their livelihood there. And so then the staff, we went off and implemented the, as you ordered, the rate increase to fund this. Working with the merchants very extensively with the merchants, we came up with a plan for that, and as inexpensively as we could, we replaced the dilapidated meters. Cost us some $19,000. It was not the meters themselves, but just the guts inside the meters, so that we could, then leave some, not have to use some of this hard-won revenue on just the meters. And so now with 2 years, we started that on November the 11th, Armistice Day, I'll never forget, I guess. And so now with 2 months under our belt, we think we see the trend anyway there that will allow us to then, take some steps in implementing the plan that you approved to move forward with a downtown or a historic district coordination effort. And so before I move forward with that, I just do want to share with you, first of all, that we're now going to start moving forward there, and also to get your input on the strategy that at this point I'm looking at to do that. And it would be a very basic strategy, and that is to, in essence, call together again the original partners, the original stakeholders that we gathered to create this, to do this, and then with them, consult with them and working with them to then, if you will, try again. And so some of the questions that are there, I need to hear from you, and that is what to do with the current arts and cultural district structure that is out there. There's many options. We can sort of just then create a separate structure. We can try and reach out to them to see if they wouldn't be part of this renewed effort, or we can try and take steps to bring it back alive, if you will. In trying to research this, I went to the state secretary's office just to see what their status is, and they, in essence, at this point, they're reporting that it's sort of a dormant organization, and the officers that are still reported there are some of the original people, the very original people that were brought together to create that district, including at that time the chairman of the chairman of the board of the Chamber of Commerce, people from the UNM, et cetera. So anyway, I'd love to hear from you. I need to hear from you what you think about that, how to move forward. I have been getting repeated requests now in different forms by merchants, by different concerns and groups in the historic district that, now we need to do something there. That although the town did acknowledge that the town spent a lot of resources trying to create something there, that since we turned the page on that, then it's time to then start anew. And so before I did that, I wanted to bring this to you and get your consultation on that. There are people in the audience here who obviously have an interest in that, and myself, I'd like to hear from them in any fashion, so that as we step forward, we do this in a way that this time it'll work. So anyway, that's what I
Mr. Mayor,
on the agenda.
Mr. Mayor, real quick, I was at Leadership New Mexico this past weekend in Las Cruces, and we were spoken to by many members of the State House of Representatives and the State Senate as well. And one of the large legislative priorities for this coming session is in the Main Street program. In discussing the issue with them with regards to the, where we did not file for the latest grant, they're pretty familiar with Taos and the fact that we are making large strides against what every other community has done. So we are in line for better funding with regards to that, because we are progressing, we are moving forward. With regards to the last grant, they were a little baffled as to why we would have applied for it if it was for design phase, again, with regards to duplication of service. And they said that's one of the efficiencies that they're trying to correct now in the legislature so that municipalities aren't applying for the same grants. And yes, even though we've been successful, but duplicating the same services because they're not moving the Main Street program forward. So the idea behind the Main Street program is to get every municipality that has a Main Street on board and that everybody gets their fair share. So in other words, you know, them saying part of the legislative priority is to open up the block of grants so that they're not so restrictive in that if they are applied to the Main Street, you are successful in getting monies for the Main Street, that they are no longer designated just for design purpose, that they are designated for any use towards the Main Street so that municipalities like Taos can continue to move those design phases, either design phases or actual implementation forward. So I thought it was pretty interesting coming from them, as they felt there was some large inefficiencies in that Main Street program, just with regards to the fact that there was too much duplication going on.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Do you have a presentation that we're going to make?
No, excuse me, Mr. Mayor. I myself don't have a presentation, but Brad Malone here from Chamber of Commerce had said he had some information to share with us. I'm sure there's other people in the audience who would like to weigh in on this too.
Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak on this issue aside from Brad? Okay. We'll go first. That way I just kind of get a pulse on who wants to speak. Mr. Malone, welcome to our meeting, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Councilman. I appreciate the opportunity to sit here this evening and share some information with you regarding an entity known as the Taos Arts and Culture District Incorporated. As chairman of the board of the Taos County Chamber, I've been authorized to speak to you concerning the fact that we approached this entity in May of 2012, letting them know that they were not a corporation in good standing with the Secretary of State of New Mexico, then it was the Public Regulation Commission, and that in order for the Chamber to continue to assist that organization, in particular to share any finances or other resources, they had to be in good standing because, as you probably are well aware, the Chamber is a 501c6 nonprofit that is tasked with reporting all of its finances to all of its members, and that it must be in good standing. It must file tax returns, and we offered our assistance at that time 2 years ago, but were told that this had already been taken care of. The printout that from the Office of the Secretary of State dated today indicates that it is not in good standing, that Matthew Spriggs, at the time a town employee, Mr. Usherwood from the TCA, Steve Fullendorf, at the time the CEO of the Chamber, Amy Cordova, Rita Martinez, and a woman who's misidentified here as Judith Payne, were the directors. It is now evident that none of the town or the Chamber's representatives on this board have been replaced by town or Chamber representatives, and that several of these other people are no longer on that board. The Chamber's interest here is that this board, this entity, this corporation known as Taos Arts and Culture District, Inc., be held accountable for its actions as it relates to the ACD and Main Street efforts, and that it be brought into compliance so that the town may realize the investment, the financial investment, and that the community may realize all the time investment that it made in creating this entity. That is the extent of the Chamber's position at this time. I also, however, gave you a report entitled Assessment and Recommendations for Taos Main Street Phase 2 Startup. I have a master's degree in urban studies. I have a law degree. I am licensed to practice law in the state of Texas. I run a business here in the historic district. I am involved with a number of efforts here in the community. And speaking as that person, this report indicates that the entity known as Taos Arts and Culture District, Inc., has not been held accountable and has not performed even the basic function that it was established to perform. Specifically, the entity must be a 501c3, fully operational, IRS recognized, must file tax documents with that entity, must be in good standing, managed by a board of directors that is accountable, has full fiduciary responsibilities over tax, contractual, and financial affairs. It must be able to do business with the town. The statute says that this entity is the town's partner in the Main Street effort. In order to move into Phase 2, it has to meet a number of minimum criteria, of which it meets none at this time. Now that means if this entity were an employee of the town or an employee of my business, they would have been fired a long time ago. This idea of being able to raise matching funds. We know that money has been raised by the ACD and that money has been spent by it. But I asked for their tax returns and we're told two different things. One was that they didn't have to file tax returns because they were tax exempt, which is a total misconstruing of the fact that they're a nonprofit. Nonprofits have to file tax returns. The other one is that another governmental agency has taken it over and therefore there's nothing to worry about. Regardless, the town invested over $100,000 and the community invested thousands of man-hours. We have to hold this entity that the chamber and the town and these other folks helped create accountable at this point going forward. If it will not be accountable, then we have to reconvene the community, all the stakeholders who are still listed as officers and directors, by the way, back to the table and start again. I'm hoping we don't have to go and do something like really extreme. But the fact is, thank you so much, the fact is that the repeated efforts to find out the status have been rebuffed. And so what the facts are, as far as we can tell, is that ACD Incorporated is non-compliant and is, for all intents and purposes, a defunct entity that has gone rogue, is not reporting, and is not holding itself accountable. A report, which is attached to the back of this, which is a report prepared by the state ACD program back in April 28, 2011, lists a number of projects that the ACD represented at the time to the state it had performed, was performing, or was preparing to perform. And just a quick summary, just down here, that it had organized an event called Los Recuerdos, which was Taos's signature event that's required by the program. No record of that. What was that? When did it happen? Reference on the website that the entity performed numerous events that didn't happen. Talking about parking management plan. that we don't have a record of. Service request submissions to the state, again, no record of those. The Main Street program requires 4 committees, standing committees, that are composed of the community members, including town employees, elected officials, Chamber of Commerce, UNM, all of the stakeholders of the community. All 4 of those committees must be standing and working and have all kinds of plans in place. None of that happened. This is a report from almost 3 years ago. Nothing in that report that I can see happened. So again, we're back to this issue of accountability. If we're going to hold this entity accountable, then those people who created it have to be allowed to come back to the table and get it started again. Otherwise, I think that the town's best effort is going to be doing something else, but it's always going to have to involve the community. The statute and the program require extensive community involvement. It's the nature of the beast. But for you to get the money that you can realize through tax districts and CDBG and others, this entity, ACD Inc. or something similar to it, must be fully operational. It is not now. So no one in our region is able to go forward until this is fixed. There's one other thing, I guess, that we kind of have to get to the heart of. When a 501c3 is created, the IRS authorizes it. It is, in essence, a public entity. It owes a duty to this community. And one of those duties, a very simple one, is when a member of the community, in particular a stakeholder like the chamber, asks for the tax returns of the entity, they must be immediately produced. And I have asked and asked and asked for those tax returns. And they either don't exist, which means that we've got a bigger problem than we really know, or they're just stonewalling us and not cooperating at all with a major stakeholder in the entity, which means there's no accountability. And so I will go ahead and open it up for questions at this point. If you
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I mean, the one thing that and again, coming from a leadership presentation just over the last weekend that's been going on for over the past 2 years that I've been involved with, the one thing that, the very first session that I had was with regards to the Attorney General's office. And in the role that we take on as leaders, be it within our community, within an organization, within a board of directors that you sit on. And it was made pretty clear. And the reason we were briefed on this was because a lot of the individuals that were in this training or that are in this training with me are in some capacity at a leadership table, be it elected, be it a board of directors of a company. Anytime that you sign your name on, be it a dotted line, one of this being an incorporation statement, you are held accountable. And that's by the state of New Mexico. And Mr. Mayor, in looking into this, it was one of the reasons that we chose to sever ties with the ACD, and not really sever, but didn't agree 100% with the way that it was going. It starts to become even more evident. I get it, especially as a 501c3 asking for financial documents. It's owed to any entity that's asked, and it should be pretty up to date. I've sat on organizations that fell a month behind, and the AG's office was calling, asking where they were. So, Mr. Mayor, I wholeheartedly support, this council bringing back the individuals to the table, many of which are not representatives here anymore, because I think, anytime we created a partnership much like this one, where we gave funds to, the community at large gave funds to, I just don't want there to be an attitude of mistrust with any other nonprofits that we support in the future. This being one of the biggest ones, especially speaking from a legislative standpoint, both as an elected official and from what I hear with our colleagues at the state, in saying that it's a 100% viable program and Taos is in queue to continue receiving funding. So if we're at a point now where we're at a standstill and we won't get additional funding, you know, it's kind of like, you know, starting the playground but having nothing to put on it. So, Mr. Mayor, anything that we can do to get them back either into compliance or we take another route. I know the Oscar had mentioned several times to this council the 501c3 status not being in good standings, and it was our ultimate decision last year for taking the actions that we did. But this brings it to the forefront even more so. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Councilmember Peralta?
Mr. Mayor, if I could, Brad, just a clarification, because you're talking about the ACD and you're talking about Main Street. Main Street is not in place. So the requirements of Main Street are a separate issue from the ACD. And what I'm looking at here is that the ACD was really something that was created by the Department of Cultural Affairs originally. And so what I'm trying to get at is that I think that in order for us to understand what's going on is that we need to know what were the rules and regulations under which the ACD was created, and then what are the rules under which the Main Street. And so the question before the commission, the council right now is to apply for Main Street, okay, which is a different thing. And in many cases, I think the discussion has been that the two should be one, and I would agree with that. It should be one program because we're talking about the same piece of land. And so, and I think it's a very important thing for our community to do because it is the heart of our community. So, but I think for us to understand from the community standpoint, I think I understand it, but from their standpoint, we need to know what those different rules are because ACD was created over here under this set of rules and Main Street is over here, and I think we want to combine them, but we want to make sure that the relationship is a proper one in a sense. And so I can't tell from your presentation which is which. And so that's what I'm trying to look at now. As far as the reporting going to the Secretary of State, it's just a matter of a form. The more important one is the 990 that you send to IRS if you're a 501c3 or 501 whatever. So I guess the question is whether or not the ACD was totally, completely incorporated, maybe is a question, and that would then show where the bylaws are, the articles of incorporation, all those things that are required by IRS and for filing. But you know, I can tell you on this filing status, for example, for the museum, when it was into the Corporation Commission, was never up to date. No matter how many phone calls I made, they still would never get us up to date. Right. So I'm glad it's over at the Secretary of State. So I just think that in order for us to move forward on this, I think we need to look at what are the rules that we're going to play under. And then I think it's important for the community to determine, come together and make a determination as to how they want this game played and how the town and the county and everyone else can join in and play with them.
It's my understanding that an ACD incorporated type entity must exist to sort of graduate up to phase 2, which is the Main Street Startup program. And that is the town's partner, the community partners with the governmental entity, and that's what we're lacking. That's the piece that is missing right now that prevents us from applying to the Main Street program. Without it, we're just being hopeful and you already, for example, a year or two ago passed the Special Economic Development Special Economic Ordinance allowing for you to skirt the need for avoiding the anti-donation clause with this special entity, and that's why you had to pass that ordinance, so that this entity can then share in matching funds that the town raises. And as far as we can tell, there are no funds that have actually been, there's nothing being presented to anyone in the community or to the town or anyone else that I can see showing what the source of that funding was. I mean, the chamber was prepared to step in and say, sure, we'll help you raise the community's funds, but we couldn't because they were out of compliance. They weren't an entity that we could do business with. So.
Are you finished, Councilmember Peralta?
Yeah, I'm finished for now. Thank you.
You'll recall why, at least, I wasn't here when the ACD or the effort was first launched some 3.5 years ago. But as it was explained to me, and was that the town was seeking to establish a structure there. I mean, by whatever means that it could partner with to promote the historic district in whatever the historic district thought was going to be very important. And by that means, provide them that extra support. And so we would, I guess the vision was that we'd have an entity that we could consult with to do a parking plan, consult with to do whatever policy, whatever investment the town made in that area. And so, and key to that was that the entity be able to do business with the town, that we could contract with them. And so when the contract came up in 2012, we put into that contract some very specific deliverables, and there's a long list of them. One of those was that there would be an entity, a 501c3 entity, that then we could then, from that point on, start contracting with that entity instead of the contractor, and that was one of the deliverables that was never realized, and so we're in that situation now. So I say this because the objective was that we were applying through the state programs to achieve that. I mean, we had a reason to apply for these programs, through the state programs, but that was the objective. And so, what I've been hearing from both the chamber and from merchants in the district is that, okay, so then now what happens? Okay, that first start didn't work, so now what's going to happen? We do need somebody to help us coordinate. They've got there's a lot of ideas that they're coming through, a lot of issues that are raised in a given time, and it just seems, at least the complaints I've heard from them, and I would echo those, that it just seems that those concerns quickly come to the town. There's not this entity that helps coordinate, that helps put together proposals to the town, and so that we can go forward. So with that, then the idea was then to if we had such an entity, then that entity would grow to leverage all of the possible powers, all the resources possible, which mean that it would go to the Main Street, take a Main Street status, which would be at that point being Main Street, which is one of the things that it would be doing, would be doing the work that's done to coordinate an arts and cultural district. So in essence, that the arts and cultural district would become part of the effort of the Main Street. So in that sense, it's sort of what the long-term road was. So here we are, and I guess I want to step forward with the plan that you directed. I just did want to take some consultation with you about then how to step forward. At this point, what I'm thinking that I would do is that I would convene all of the original partners or original stakeholders, and then with that consultation, move forward. One of the things I would want to ask them is that then do we engage a coordinator again? Exactly how do we move forward? That's why I wanted to bring it to you to see what you.
And I did want to mention before I step away here is that you guys committed over $100,000 of town money to this.
Nearly 200,000.
Yeah, you have spent well into six figures on this effort, and the town is one of the stakeholders. It helped create the entity, and so in terms of accountability, where did that money go? We don't know. In terms of the fundraising that happened from merchants in the historic district, how much money was collected and where did that money go? We also don't know that. I have asked for that information and repeatedly been denied access to that information. The 501c3 nonprofit has a duty to disclose that information, and they should do so immediately.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I will allow I believe you're the chair of the organization, Matthew Foster. Matthew, thank you, Brad.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. It's well past my boys' bedtime, so I do have a lot of things to say about this. I have some speaking points here. I'm speechless for one of the first few times of my life, having been behind this microphone. You've been fed a lot of misinformation this evening. This is clearly nothing more than a weak attempt at a hostile takeover by Mr. Malone. Never have I ever once been asked for anything from him ever. We got a scathing email full of more misinformation, all these kinds of accusations about the ACD and what we're doing and taking money. The money's accounted for. It's been given to the town through grants for the planning process. I'm in shock of what's been presented or misrepresented to you this evening. Having said that, I'm here representing the Art and Cultural District, which is alive and well. Board members are here. They can speak for themselves. I'm asking you to not proceed with the application for the New Mexico Main Street. It's a duplication of effort. It's totally unnecessary. We have 501c3 status pending. Any concerns about reports and all that, it's nothing that's insurmountable. Thank you for your comments. It's so common. It's not a big deal. Tomorrow morning, whatever it is, we'll certainly take effort to take care of it. We already have a signature arts and cultural district, highly regarded across the community, highly regarded across the state, from New Mexico Economic Development Department, noted as a signature ACD. Moving forward to create not the next level, but it's a hybrid of the ACD and New Mexico Main Street to add more resources to the town, to the partners, to the community. The town turned its back on us, and we had no choice but to approach the county in partnership because we needed a local government partner. The town has made it clear that you're not interested in being the partner. That's been a problem, so luckily the county has stepped up to act as the partner, as a local government, and we're moving forward with implementing the New Mexico Main Street ACD hybrid program.
You're moving forward. I thought I'd seen an email that you were, in fact, designated as the Main Street program. I saw an email from Mr. Bellis congratulating everyone that you were, in fact, that the county had received that designation.
I don't know of any formal designation of being a New Mexico Main Street. The concept has always been to evolve into another level of a ACD Main Street hybrid under the letter of agreement. I think it would represent, if you authorize to move forward in a Main Street application, I think it's a step backwards. We've always been available and will continue to be available to the town, as a partner, for the greater good of the creative economy in Taos, which we know provides so many jobs and revenue and source of pride and, culture and heritage to the community. So, be happy to meet with you to discuss, any more concerns you have about the reporting. So I just conclude by, encouraging you not to take this step forward. You already have an active partner, and it just doesn't seem necessary. So,
great. Should we get presentations from everyone so we can understand where everything's going, or do you want to ask questions?
Well, I have some specific questions.
Okay, Councilmember Peralta.
Matt, if I could, just to get some clarification. When did you file for your 501c3?
it was, 2-3 years ago, perhaps. It's still pending at the IRS.
Do you know why it's taking them so long?
I don't know. I know the director has asked numerous times and inquired, over and over again. It's just, the IRS is a federal agency, and they've.
Do you have your articles of incorporation and your bylaws available?
Yes, we do.
Could you provide those to us? I'm sorry, but I don't. I've had a number of reports and stuff from your organization, but I don't believe I've seen the incorporation. And the reason I'm saying that is because part of that talks to the reporting requirements. That's all I'm trying to get at. Okay. And No, I think that's the only questions I had right now. Thank you.
Councilmember Abeyta.
Mr. Mayor, Matt, thanks. Why would you say, Matt, that the town turned its back on you? And you had no choice but go through the county?
Well, not continuing in the downtown master plan. The town lost those funds. I know there's examples where I feel like we've been to board meetings or managers come in and openly criticized us, and it's unfair and unfounded. Years ago, the town made a commitment to partner and form this organization, and the commitment was for 5 years to create the ultimate goal of creating a metropolitan redevelopment area. The parking plan, we were successful in getting the funding. When I worked at the town, we got the grant, and there was going to be a parking plan, but now we're hearing that we're not cooperating, and that hadn't happened, and it's just bad information. I think you're being misguided.
Well, Matt, it's clear to me that the program in itself is, it's got room for improvement. Nothing's ever perfect.
I can't agree with you more.
But as I read, I'm sitting here and reading the mission statement of New Mexico Main Street, and I'm just going to read to people the very first sentence. The New Mexico Main Street program fosters economic development in the state by supporting local Main Street revitalization organizations and their work in downtowns and adjacent neighborhoods. So it's very clear to me as one council member that the town needs to be the lead agency. And that's why this was on the agenda to apply for Main Street status. What we ought to do is collaborate with you. We ought to join forces, and let's go in under the umbrella of the town of Taos. It should not be the county. The downtown area is the town. And we did not turn the back on anybody. We were just regrouping. And, the fact that we're regrouping doesn't mean that it's a free-for-all and anybody can just go do something else. So instead of pointing fingers at each other, what we ought to do is roll up our sleeves, see where we're at, number one, do an assessment. Number two, let's work together and let's move forward under the umbrella of the town of Taos and do a Main Street application.
We've proposed that all along.
Good. So you're in agreement with me, right?
We should, by all means, collaborate and work together.
Okay. And Brad, I thank you for your input. You bring out a lot of valid concerns. But again, I don't want to get into you did or you didn't. Let's evaluate where we're at as a group. And when I say the town of Taos is the lead agency, we invite the entire community, including the county, to join forces with us. Let's work together and let's move the program forward. It's for the benefit of the downtown area. It's for the benefit of economic development. And in the long run, it's for the benefit of all of us.
Well said.
Okay. I'd just like to ask Rick Bellis where the county stands on this, or where you all have moved forward. I did see an email from you recognizing that you had received a Main Street designation, and I do have it on my town email, and I guess I can't pull it up here, but.
Mayor, if I could be excused, my
okay.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Matt.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilman.
Before Matt leaves, I just want to, Matt, I'm really concerned about what is being said here today, and I guess what leads me to really, I worked hard on this issue, getting the Main Street designation, and I have had a hard time setting a meeting with you, and I know that you set one up with my secretary. And I was told by her that you were no longer interested in meeting because I said I want to meet. And with the director, I also pleaded. I have numerous texts showing that we need to meet because she was concerned about attacks from the manager, and which I looked at as accountability, that we wanted to, what are our deliverables? And she claimed that she was being treated unfairly. And I said, well, then I'd be happy to meet with you, members of your board, and the manager so that we can all sit together. That has been going on since October, November probably, and I have not been able to get any response. So I believe that in an investment of $200,000 plus, that we've, or nearly that, we owe it to our constituents that we do have an arts and cultural designation. The designation allows for infrastructure projects that the legislature appropriates for these designated areas. And when I saw that Silver City and Raton had the official designation and Taos didn't, under then Matt Spriggs, we aggressively engaged in a contract at the state, and through the director, we were able to get the designation through meetings at the state. We put a lot of work, and the original board did a lot of work on this. And as we were moving forward, there was some requirements of deliverables that I personally didn't see in my capacity as mayor, and not only through this manager, but a previous manager as well. And I got to say that I'm quite disappointed that you would say that the town is not interested or turned its back. And on the contrary, we've been there hand in hand every year, but it gets to the point where we're not seeing the deliverables and the results that we'd like to see.
A couple things. Thank you. The meeting, by no means was I no longer interested. I had a conflict. Cindy had a conflict. I called back a week or that day or the day before. Always happy to meet with you, and in fact would really like to do that, to address your concerns about the deliverables, because frankly we disagree.
But I just say that 4 months didn't seem like, and given this contractor that we had, didn't seem that it was pressing to even answer to the chief elected official of the entity that is their main partner, and I find that just kind of unbelievable that it would be pushed back to this date.
Well, for my part, I apologize for having to reschedule and not being able to get back to you. The holidays, I've been ill, son ill, all those kinds of things happen. It was by no means that I didn't want to meet with you. That's certainly not the intention.
And I understand that. It just the perception, and then all of a sudden there's conversations with the county that the perception that the county is now taking over something that the town didn't want to, without even giving us an opportunity to address our concerns, and immediately there was, for lack of better words, jumping of ship to go to the other entity, concerns me, because there was no meeting that was ever held, not by the director, not by yourself. And I reached out. I was reaching out numerous times through text, and hey, let's meet on this, because it's that important to me. So
I
just wanted to
appreciate
say-
that.
Yeah, okay.
We'll have time to talk about that in great
Sure.
detail if you don't mind.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Rick, welcome to our meeting.
Hi, Mayor.
Yeah.
My second of the day.
Sure. That's my question, is just, I know that I'm not sure what the county's position is on all of this. It makes sense that the municipality is taking the lead, and if there is a collaboration, of course, I've spoke to the Department of Community, the Department of Economic Development at the state, who heads this program, and certainly, their desire is that the municipality takes a lead, and more power to the municipality if that's hand in hand with the county. But I saw an email that kind of disturbed me, that it was from you, that said that congratulations to all the parties. The county has been designated as a Main Street designation.
Mhm.
And I have that, but I don't have it here, and I could produce that. I'd be happy to forward it to you.
Sure.
What was that about?
After the town appeared to not be making progress in responding to the State Economic Development Department, and I believe that they had sent a series of letters over 6 months, both in regards to the letter of agreement for the ACD/Startup Main Street, and also in regards to the master plan grant for $75,000. And again, unfortunately, I don't have those letters, but I'd be happy to produce them for you, and I know you have
Sure,
them on record.
I'm well aware of this.
Yeah. They became a little frustrated, and they had met with myself, two of the members of the State Main Street and ACD program, and asked if we would be interested in maybe partnering up, because perhaps finances were a concern. There was a series of meetings with myself and the town manager in which it seemed pretty positive that we were going to be joint partners. The county would come up with half of the money, and we would handle the administrative part of it to address some of the concerns that the town had. And the town, rightly so, would oversee and fund the promotional end of it. And I guess that fell apart, and it was communicated to me by the town manager that there didn't seem to be an interest. And certainly I was at a couple of the meetings that you had in which Mr. Foster was in front, and you seemed to want to go in another direction. There was a follow-up meeting between myself and two staff members of state director actually for the Main Street ACD program, and they asked if we were interested. They did not want the program to fall apart while whatever happened happened. And we had already budgeted the money, so we had no problem with that. The Economic Development Department indicated that they wanted a letter from the Board of Directors and from Matt Foster as president of that, and a vote taken on the record that they would need to transfer the program from the town as the government sponsor to the county to make that possible. That vote was forthcoming in October. I believe it was the third week of October. That letter was carried by Rich Williams to the State Arts Council. It was reviewed, and on November 1st, the letter was sent to Taos Arts and Cultural District indicating that thank you for your proposal. The 29th State's Arts and Cultural District Council has reviewed the proposal at its quarterly meeting on October 30th and is open to the change in governmental representation moving forward from the town of Taos to the county of Taos. Our legal counsel has reviewed the potential change and sees no issue statutorily with the change. To us, since that meant that there had been a presentation on the Plaza when the state convention was here, awarding the Startup Main Street designation to the town and the ACD, that there was a Main Street designation, and certainly anything I had been told by the state staff had indicated that.
Because we have not received the state Main Street designation at all. According to, according to the Cabinet Secretary, according to the Cabinet Secretary, John Barella, who actually emailed me just a little while ago and said that they are looking forward to our application for the Main Street designation. I just want to, I know that you're here to help the county, as an administrator, but I guess my frustration is that rather than meeting with the town, it appears that they're going shopping around wherever they're going to get the best deal because they didn't want to meet with me to address their concerns and how, and as far as the deliverables that we were asking for, so.
If I could approach, Mayor?
Sure.
I believe there are about 45 people on the Plaza, and the Department of Economic Development presented that banner that day and asked the board of the ACD to come forward and accept the nomination as Taos Main Street and give that logo.
Okay, and I'd like to see, Jamie, if you could let me know that, because I'm just getting two different messages, and this is coming from Secretary Barella.
Yeah, I think you are, Mayor, because actually Secretary Barella made that presentation. I was on the Plaza, and I think a number of town officials were also. And certainly, ideally, a Main Street program, I absolutely agree with you, belongs with the municipality as the sponsor. I don't think the county ever intended to substitute for the town. We intended to offer our services to be a partner so that we could take it to the next step. And when we were asked to step in until the situation was resolved, we did not want to see all that was gained in the 4 years lost in the interim.
And as far as, I could speak for myself as the mayor, I would embrace that. I think that just makes our case stronger. The town has to be the lead on this, according to the secretary, and unless there's an MOU specifically spelling out, who else is going to take the lead. But, I think that if that offer is still on the table, collaboration, I believe that there has been some misinformation given. I know that there are some accusations given that the town manager perhaps was rude or making some comments, but I know of some comments that are made, on the other side, and that is specifically why I wanted to have a meeting where all parties, so that we could set aside any misinformation, if you will, and move forward in a collaborative effort. If the county still wants to be at the table, I think this council is open to that. I think it's in the best interest that we all do that. But I believe that some politics have been played in here, and I'm really concerned, especially with this. I like to see, some of the answers on this, and I think it behooves the county to also see especially since the town spent a lot of work through its volunteers. I'd like to see what is going on and what do we get for our money, and where do we move forward from there. That's the bottom line. we can only go with what's in front of us, and, you know, this is the Chamber of Commerce of Taos, and, you know, they are a major stakeholder in this. Many members of the downtown district are members of the chamber, so we have to listen to them very carefully, but, you know, I think that the town of Taos really needs to take a lead on this, and we need to get aggressive on making sure we don't lose the arts and cultural designation, that it is considered now a defunct organization concerns me. You know, we want to be able to go to the state with our heads up and say, this is what we're doing and we're proud of it. And we want to show unity in doing that. So I believe that the direction, you know, that we should have from the town today is to, not only move forward with the application, because in my conversation with Secretary Barella, he looks forward to that application. He doesn't want to get involved in the politics locally.
Well, if you excuse me for a second, Mayor, obviously he already got involved in the politics. He showed up for a presentation that he requested be made here. He rolled a banner out, he called people up, he handed certificates, he sent out letters, and now apparently someone's changed his mind.
Oh, no.
I also think it's a little disingenuous to take a nonprofit volunteer board you created.
Oh, no, we're not.
Certainly you didn't expect them to be accountants and everything else. They were there because they were artists. You defund the organization, and then someone comes forward and says, well, guess what? You had no staff, no money. We told you you were defunct, and now you didn't make your reports. Well, who was supposed to make the reports? I can also show you documentation from as late as yesterday from the state EDD, which is saying you're late on this report. Remember, you have to keep making the reports and sending that to the ACD. So there clearly is, Mayor, confusion, and
Absolutely.
You know,
and that is my job, to get involved when things are happening, to get clarification. So to insinuate that my calling now is to, in any way, shape, or form, stop this is completely wrong. In fact, it's quite the opposite.
No, actually, Mayor, I didn't say that at all. What I was saying is that clearly Mr. Barella presented one thing, and I was representing something else. And you have you and I sitting here going, well, which is true?
Sure. And that's where I think that we need to sit down, have a meeting, which the current director has refused to do, and get a clear direction where we're going. To say that we have stopped funding this is completely false. This council at their budget hearing has adamantly said we need to fund this, but we want accountability. We want to make sure, are we getting the deliverables? And that's where we're at. And I mean, we budgeted for it and the money is there. We want to fund it and we're going to continue funding it. I mean, this is a major priority of the council, to fund and revitalize the downtown district through the Arts and Cultural District and through the Main Street program. So, you know, but I would encourage all of us to sit down in the room and really iron out all these and see how we're going to show a united front to the state, even if that means meeting with Secretary Barella. You know, if that means meeting with him and getting some clear direction as to what the state wants to see, I believe that you know, that behooves all of us to do that. But we also need to see who is going to be who is the board. We have the board, since the report, I mean, the board isn't even right on the filings at the state, the current documentation.
Well, Mayor, you're astute enough to know that what Councilman Peralta said is exactly true. To take a piece of paper, and Mr. Malone clearly has expressed to me and others his intent to want to run the downtown. So to hire the watchdog to look over the hen house, first of all, I don't know how much, and I can tell you as a former Main Street director with a national certification, his whole representation of there's a Phase 2 Main Street, I've asked him 5 times, show me that. There's no such thing as a Phase 2 Main Street. And you start with a Main Street model, and then you create an ACD from your promotions committee. So his representations are totally for his own convenience and his own interests in where he wants this goal to go. So when you look at that, and again, to get back to what Mr. Peralta said, I've run nonprofits all my life, okay? Your annual filing with the Secretary of State is either a card or a single sheet of paper that you update your officers and changes in the address of the organization and your basic contact information.
Okay, so
nobody's done anything scandalous.
No, but has that been done? If it's that simple, has that been done?
I personally don't know.
Okay.
But I'm presuming that at some point, probably, yes, that the records of the state are either inaccurate and don't show the most updated one, or probably at some point here when they had no staff, I'm sure there was a report that didn't get filed for last year.
Whatever the issues are, it's a disservice to all the board members, whether they're the initial ones or the current ones that are serving. We need to get this off and running, and we need to hit it hard. I believe that we have the support at the state level, and I believe the direction needs to be from the council. I would ask that the council ask staff to look at this document and work with the chamber to see how we're going to move this forward, the Arts and Cultural District, and whether it's in collaboration or if there's possible collaboration with the existing board. But I think we have to have a solid partnership with all the stakeholders, and the chamber, whether they're going to run it or they're not going to run it or they're going to support, has to play a big role in this.
Well, Mayor, as your attorney will tell you, a C6 under the IRS statutes, which is a business association, cannot compete for public contracts and cannot be a Main Street or ACD community, which by the legislation is required that you create a C3 organization.
And we're not saying we're going to contract with the chamber. That's not what we're saying. We're saying there's some concerns by the executive director of the chamber who represents the businesses on some serious issues, and are they valid? Are they not? I don't know.
Mr. Mayor, I think the board of the chamber would probably like to see the notices that were sent out to totally volunteer, upstanding members of the community that look like something like the FBI in a McCarthy hearing, threatening that they're all going to the Attorney General and they've stolen money and, give it to me now or else I'm going to shake you down. And it'll be interesting when the board sees those letters and understands that they didn't authorize them, that terrorizing members of the business community that have donated their time and money to make this a better community. He certainly knew that those board members couldn't produce financial records. So
Mr. Mayor,
you get the outcome that you desire.
Rick, real quick, just the one question I have, and then this is, I learned a hard knock lesson in politics when I first got involved. This was 2 years ago. I signed up for a board of directors that was non-compliant with the AG's office. I'd been on that board, I'm not kidding you, 2 weeks. And I got a letter from the Attorney General's office that I was going to be dragged through the mud, even though I had only been a part of this board for 2 weeks, because I chose to sit in its secretary capacity. So I guess I would say, and this is where the big lesson for me came from, was saying, if you're going to sit on a board of directors, make sure that all their documents and everything is on the up and up, and it's being filed the way it is, because you become responsible at that point for every action that the organization takes. So I'm not questioning one way or another, but when the documentation was brought to us months ago, my questioning was, is the 501c3 status in good standing or not? And every implication right to this day is saying no. So here I am, an elected official, elected by the people, to manage their funds, to give hundreds of thousands of dollars away for what's supposed to be a good use, and I'm entrusting that those individuals are inapt enough, regardless of status, artist, business, hobo, what they sign up for is for responsibility. That's the responsibility of this organization, this Taos Arts and Culture District, this organization that is not in good standing. And I get the filing of, here's the one piece of paper. This has been going on since I've been elected. This is 2 years now. I don't think it takes the state 2 years to enter information. I really don't, because they enter it on me every day. And yeah, I'm just a regular organization, but every single board of directors I've sat on, and you knowing this, coming as an executive director of many nonprofits, I mean, you're tasked by your board of directors to fulfill obligations. Absolutely. So I would ask that this same board of directors task the ACD's executive director to get the information in, make sure it's up to date. Because all this will go back to even non-taxables. They're not in good standing. There is no non-taxable. So, like I said, my only concern is to get this thing moving forward, especially because, I mean, hearing from the legislative body at the state, regardless of where they come from, southern New Mexico, which, there's always the north-south issue, that say, hey, you guys are a model for what's going on. We'd love to help you guys fund and continue that.
And that is the point, Mr. Gonzalez, is in fact they are a model, that you may have differences with them now, but around the rest of the state, they are considered a model. And I think it would be a mistake to let that disappear. all the partners should find a way to bring money into this community, as tough as it is right now, and work together to develop economic development here, to create jobs, to bring in tourism. And I think you've got some good partners out there, and maybe there's been some multiple directions from the state that some of the groups may felt they were supposed to go one way. I know that in the brief time that I've been involved with EDD, there's been some back and forth in that the National Main Street model has two formats you can use. One is to create a 501c3, which becomes freestanding. But if you do that, you can't, as the governmental body, appoint the board of directors. You can sit on it as an ex officio. The other model, which I would suggest because I think it solves some of the problems that both the county and the town attorney found on how do you contract with that entity and still meet the procurement requirements of the state, is what they call the municipal model. So if you look at Farmington, for example, they have an advisory board, which is a nonprofit, independent group of people, but they are that. They're a steering committee and advisory. The program is operated by the municipality, and it's staffed by the municipality. So you do have that accountability because it's your finance director. It's a town employee, municipal employee. So maybe you want to give some thought to that. I think it gives you better control. It's easier on the procurement side. But the state has been sort of ambiguous. They've said, yes, those two models exist, but they go back and forth as to which model they want. First, yes, we'll agree, you don't need a nonprofit, and then, well, we really do want one. So I think it's been a difficult road for everybody on this.
Rick, and in all reality, the issue I had with this, it wasn't, I mean, I could care less who runs it. I don't have a stake in the game other than seeing it to fruition. My concern was that, when you're asking documents much like, I know Oscar tasked the ED of the Arts and Culture District to produce the 501c3 status multiple times, and it doesn't show up. It leads me to believe that, what's going on, and it almost felt like the city itself was being held hostage, to continuing to work with that organization. And for me, it was saying, well, I don't have any personal innuendo against these guys. My thing is just making sure that what we're doing is right and we're doing it appropriately and by the book. And that was my concern with the Arts and Cultural District, was that there was just too much information that was missing out there that, we were asking for just out of procedure that we weren't getting. So it wasn't to say, across the state these guys aren't a role model. I mean, shoot, at one time some of the biggest banks in America were role models and they all faltered. So, we have to look at that in the same sense, like to not get led astray. And so for me, it's just saying, I mean, whatever way we can do it, and I appreciate, the input on based on model, again, if the board of directors needs to be accountable to what the entity does, much like we have to be accountable how we spend the taxpayers' dollars. So, I mean, at the end of the day, Brad and the Chamber of Commerce are an entity that, look to us for accountability. I mean, we look to the county for accountability on where our property tax dollars go. So it's this revolving door. It's a large cycle, and this is just one complex part of it. So, I mean, if the players aren't willing to come to the table, and was my feeling personally as a counselor, I had to make decisions to direct, staff on where to go. And it wasn't a blatant, punch in the face to say we don't like you. It was just, hey, we're asking you for information. We've asked repeatedly. You don't get it. Much like a subordinate employee. What do you do? So again, thank you, and I really, really appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilman.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Rick, I just have a comment, not a question. And maybe it is a question, but it's not one that requires an answer.
Rhetorical?
Well, rhetorical in the sense that you brought up two possibilities of ways that this thing could be operated, either by a private corporation, 501c3, or by an in-house. And I think that the council, when this thing was started 4 years ago, the idea was that they didn't want it in-house. They wanted to have it as an entity separated from them. Okay. But in order for us to do that, as you mentioned, we've got to have a 501c3 to contract with. And the assumption was that that would be done by now. And from what Matt said, it may not be done by now. But you can't just drop that ball if you want to continue to have an operation. I would much prefer to go back to the community, to those stakeholders in this that started this thing off 4 years ago, that created the ACD, and say, okay, which way do you want to go? And let's go back and say, do we want to get the ACD in its proper status and operating under a form that we can contract with, or do you want it brought in-house? And let the community tell us which way they would like to go with this thing. And maybe that's where it is, but I think that would take a group of people who are stakeholders in this process, and the county is one of those too, because you're also a landowner in the plaza along with us. And so I don't feel that it's fair not to have you involved in it. And I think all the members on the council feel that the county is a very important partner in our community with us, as we are in the other direction as well. So I guess it's probably one of those places that we're at now that I feel that we need to group together again and determine exactly how we can best make this thing work for everybody, because the historic district is the center of our community. It is the culture and traditions that we all preach from. And so we've got to work together to make this thing work, and we've got to figure out a way that it's functional and moves forward and get off of this thing about he said or she said or whatever. Let's start a new book and work it the best way we possibly can. That's kind of what I'm looking at this point, because we have to do this and make it work somehow, and we've got to be reasonable about it. And yeah, there's mistakes that were made in the past, and we're going to make mistakes in the future, but we've got to work together to solve those and fix those problems that we miss. And most of that's what it is. It's like being in the legislature. You spend 90% of your time correcting issues that you did yesterday, and only 10% of it's new. So, and that's because things evolve. And I think that's part of where we need to go at this point in time. And I'd just like to have everybody at the table, and I think the mayor said that, and most of the council members said the same thing. Let's get to the table and work this thing out.
Very well said, Councilman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I think you had some other speakers.
Yeah. Is there anyone else that would like to speak at this time? Let me get, well, since you may have some direct answers to this, yeah, let me go ahead and have you speak there. Brad?
Thank you again, and I apologize. I'm a volunteer on the Chamber Board. I don't get paid. I run a business here in the Historic District. I'm talking as a businessman and as a member of this community who's really concerned that we're losing out on a lot of investment that can be made into our community if this were fixed right away. The fact that it's seen as a personal attack, I apologize. As Mr. Foster walked out of the room and called me a prick, I felt, that's the sort of thing that has prevented others in the community from stepping where I am right now with my pants on fire, from people who decide that they're in charge, that they own this entity, when in fact the community created it. And that's all I'm asking for. No one has yet to say that an incorporated entity from 4 years ago has filed a single tax return. Where are the tax returns? They're on the hook for that no matter what their status. So let's see those things. And otherwise, I'm fully prepared to give up whatever status anyone thinks. I've never thought that the Chamber was ever eligible for this. It's not the entity. The Chamber helped create this entity for this specific purpose. And that's what we're looking to do, is to have you guys hold them accountable, and let's go forward.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Brad. Okay, sir, Shayla? Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mr. Mayor, council members, Mr. Town Manager. I'm the president of the Taos County Lodgers Association, and we produce the Taos Vacation Guide and the Taos.org. Taos.org is basically the fulfillment arm of the marketing and promotional efforts that are done through the Griffin and Associates organization. So we are very involved with, on a day-to-day basis, the marketing of the town for the tourism perspective. And we believe that, you know, the positive results we have seen over the last couple of years, and in particular the last 4 months where we have double-digit growth in terms of the lodgers tax, that's a big deal. And that says that we're not only doing something, but we're accountable. And we meet every week on Tuesday morning with the Griffin and Associates people, and we're a volunteer organization that does this outside of the TCLA. And we basically help kind of implement the marketing and promotion plan for the town. And we are then judged on a monthly basis by the results, and it's always financial results. And you people get those reports, and so you know what we're doing. Unfortunately, I have not seen such a comprehensive approach and coordination of marketing information and promotion in the community. In other words, an internal review of, you know, what's going on here in the town, in the historic district in particular, so that we can understand, you know, the efforts that are being put in there, are they paying off? My boss, when I was in the corporate world, said, efforts are wonderful, but I'm looking for the bottom line. What are your results? We believe from the marketing side for the TCLA and the marketing program, we show the results, and we are judged by that. I think that there have been good fits and starts on trying to do something internally for the marketing and the promotion in the town. So I know the interest is there. I do believe, though, today we need to have a tourism function in the town so that there can be a marriage between the internal and the external marketing. So in other words, what we have going on right now for the external side, the marketing and promotion, and then to have this tourism function inside that is also helping the constituents, the stakeholders, the shop owners, the land owners, that they understand how this marketing process is taking place and what their impact is, so that they can then contribute. And then we can have a much better synergy than what we have today. And so I think having a tourism function would allow us to then create that kind of entity that would have then to be able to be judged by their results, or its results. I think by doing that also, we get very involved in with the economic development of the town, because at the end of the day, it is really the tourists and the dollars that they are bringing in. And I believe if we can do this, this is from a TV commercial that I hear all the time, if we can do this, then we can wow our guests before and while they are here in our town. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I just want to say that you do a great job in making sure that those tax dollars have those quantifiable results. And as you said, it's all about accountability. Thank you. Okay. Anyone else want to speak on this item? Mr. Tedesco, welcome to our meeting.
Council members, thank you for letting me speak for a minute here. I know it's late, so I'll try to be brief with my comments. Just a quick history. About 5 or 6 months ago, I was asked by the Arts and Cultural District to serve in a marketing role and basically be a volunteer to advise them on how to best market downtown. And I accepted. Many of you know that I'm on a lot of boards, so I was kind of like, eh. But I did so because I felt it was really important. And also with my role as the president of the Taos Tourism Council, I felt it was really important to be involved. The one thing I really would like to say tonight is, well, apparently this wants to talk. Excuse me. Sorry about that. But the one thing I'd really like to say tonight is, listening to both sides, I find it, I try to be fair and listen to everybody and see, where the facts are. It's very frustrating to me, honestly, as somebody who came in 5 or 6 months ago, because I wasn't there 3 years ago when all these things were set up that you're addressing, Mr. Gonzalez. I wasn't there. I wasn't one of those original founders. And so I can't answer that. I don't know what happened there. And if things need to be, looked at and improved, we should do it. I agree with the comments, of the council. But what I do know is I did sit in some meetings where it felt like the town was not interested. And I have to be honest in saying that, because I sat there and I listened. And you might ask, well, why did I feel that way? There were comments made not only about the director, but also about the town's participation. And so it's tricky for me when I sit here in the audience today. After that took place, as a board, we were tasked with trying to move forward. So we did. We found the next best option. And we moved forward and partnered. And now what I feel like, being a board member, is that we're going back 2 months. And maybe I'm wrong. I mean, maybe I got misinformation. It goes back to that again. But I did produce the picture, and I just wanted to show that because I was there the day John Barella was here. He produced the plaque. I'm a new guy. I'm a new guy on the block for this organization, and he says, "You're a Main Street startup." And that's what this says right here.
Main Street startup or Main Street designation?
Main Street startup. You've been officially given this plaque as a Main Street startup organization. And so, I mean, I'm happy to share that image with you.
And I think this is what the agenda item is on, is it for the official designation?
Right. Yeah. And so, and maybe that is a designation. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure, but I think it's fair that we at least make clear. It seems strange to me. I always try to reverse engineer something. If we did everything wrong, you know what I mean? Why did John Barella come up here with Rich Williams, the director, and award us that, and say you're an official startup? I mean, obviously we're doing something right. I think we can all agree on that.
Let me ask the question,
sure.
Because is the startup designation to who?
I'm sorry.
Who was the designation to?
It was to the Taos group.
To the Taos group.
Yeah.
Not necessarily the county or the town. It was just
to the Taos
group.
Arts and Cultural District.
Okay. So the key here is to ensure that the Arts and Cultural District can act as a contractor with the county or the town or somebody, public entity, legally.
Right.
And so in order for them to do that, that 501c3 status has to get finished.
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because the problem is that in order for us to contract, in other words, in the startup of this whole thing, the contract was we contracted an individual, basically as an employee of the town, to start it off with, and saying, but you've got to graduate from that. And the graduation says you've got to have a 501c3 to graduate to that we can contract with, or you take it in-house, which is the two scenarios that Rick and I were talking about. So here's the issue is that in order for us to, I guess in a sense, graduate from kindergarten to high school or middle school, or whichever way you want to go, or higher education in a sense, that we need to get the tools in place to make that happen.
Right.
And that's what I was talking about, and that's why I was asking some of the questions I was asking, and I think that was some of the questions that the Chamber of Commerce is asking, is that if we're going to move forward, we've got to determine in what way we move forward and ensure that the way we're moving is legitimate for all concerned, so that there is accountability to our community for what we do.
Sure.
And that's what it's all about. So this is what I'm saying, and I'm trying to get information, and the council is trying to get the information so that we can, because we want to move forward. We want to be in there and doing things, but we can't do it if we don't play with the right rules.
Right. I understand. And I guess where I would, I have my citizen hat on tonight, I'm just trying to find out what's going on here and for the groups I represent. And if I could be so bold as to ask the question, I mean, where I'm confused, frankly, as someone who's helped them with marketing and has a big stake in the tourism and economic development in Taos, is if that's the case, why was it that 2 months ago when we were being told basically we don't have a partner, why didn't this get made known to us as the board member then? We're going back 2 months now.
I think that was made very clear back in July or prior to July.
To whom?
To the ACD.
Like the local board or the state board?
No, local board.
Local board.
To the local board, and if I could just clarify on that with my meetings, and that was, we wanted certain deliverables, and when those, and when failed, when we didn't receive those documentations, then we started hearing about talks with the county. Well, first of all, I start hearing, and this has happened numerous times.
Right, I heard what you were saying earlier,
where even with the previous manager, when the manager wanted certain deliverables, we can't just give money away, we have to see certain deliverables. Then conversations with individual counselors would occur, and for that contract to go forward, I think this council was very adamant, we're going to budget, but we want to see results. It's been $200,000, we're still not a 501c3 status.
Sure.
There were so many different things, and it was made very clear that we're a partner. But we need to see these first before we proceed. And instead of addressing those concerns, they took and shopped somewhere else. That's the way we. That's the way you took it. That's the way we took it. But it never was a conversation that we didn't want to fund them.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, from my perspective, it was that we needed to graduate from a contract situation with an individual to a contract with an entity, because that's the way you need to do it, and that was where we were trying to go with it. And in our budgetary cycle, but without the completion of that 501c3 status, it's impossible for us to do that thing. And so and I've told the board of the ACD that, in my discussions with them, that you got to get that finished. And I don't understand why in 3 years it can't be done. They don't usually take that long unless you're a political entity. A PAC.
No, I understand. I understand. And I guess,
and $200,000 later.
And I guess what I would say is, those of you that know me, I'm all about collaboration. That's how I get done what I do for Taos.
And we appreciate everything that you do for us.
And so I'm all for, when I hear all you guys saying, let's work together. It's just, if you could respect my position too, I'm kind of sitting there going, well, this is weird because, a couple months ago when we were forming that, we had a meeting, nobody showed up from the town, and I know the town was invited, and then now I'm hearing everybody say, let's collaborate. And I'm kind of going, well, this is what we wanted 2 months ago, and we didn't have it, or we didn't think we did, and so perhaps it was just a grand miscommunication on multiple levels, and maybe we could right the ship here, and so I appreciate your comments, both of you that talked about collaborating, but I just felt like as a citizen I needed to come up and say that I know for a fact, because I was in some of those meetings, that some of what was said was not true tonight, and it might just be misrepresentation, because I was there, I was in the meetings, and the intent was not what was expressed. But if you're saying that maybe it was misunderstood, maybe we right the ship, and we go back and look at it, and everybody agrees to do that. But I think it's important that we get the truth out, and that's why I wanted to speak tonight and make sure that we have, I know you guys have transcription, and this will be recorded probably, but it should be known that everybody really wants to work together, and we should find a way to do it. And I think that that's important. So thanks for
Jamie, real quick, I appreciate everything that you do. What was the name of the fiesta? Amigos de Taos. And that's where I first met you. Thank you for the efforts that you put into Taos, because it takes a volunteer base to do it. And again, please don't think in any way, shape, or form in the last few months that you heard from me that I wasn't willing to move forward with the ACD. Right. To me, I looked at it as a partnership. If I have a partnership with somebody and I'm giving that partner money and I'm asking for very few results, and the few results that I do ask for don't get given, and then they basically turn around to me after all this investment and turn around and say, I'm going to collaborate with another entity, that's not a good partnership. And I don't think I would expect that you wouldn't think that either. Right. So it wasn't a blatant attack on the ACD board. Mm-hmm. For me, we deal with a lot of nonprofits, many that I meet with on a weekly basis. Mm-hmm. The difference being is that I never had one of these nonprofits the executive director come to me and petition me for an additional extension 2 years later. So that's where I start to have concerns with it and saying, push comes to shove, but at the same point, something's got to give where I can't issue another extension. Much like a bank won't give you another month past the month you already missed. So, please don't think that in any way, shape, or form, and I don't think any one of the counselors here ever said defund it, unravel it, and let them go their ways, we'll go our ways. That was not the case. We had too much invested into it, to the point that the investment that we had made was worth too much to continue down the path that we were going. So, I'm happy to collaborate. Sure. I do, and I will be honest with you, till today, I still have issues with the ED. That's a completely separate issue. That's a separate thing, I can put that aside. But I did not expect it to go the way it did.
Right. And, I will just share this on a positive note to end. Today we had our Taos Tourism Council meeting, and we had a report from ACD, and we talked about some real positive improvements downtown. So it's in the best interest of us all to work together. I mean, one of the things we're talking about is some kind of a historic arch to put up so people can actually look and see that the plaza is right there. And we've actually watched tourists come through, and they drive by the plaza, and they don't even know it's there. And so, there's some things in place and ways that these organizations can work together for the betterment of all. But I think we do need to cross this bridge and figure out how does the county and the town and the board at the state level and local work together. I mean, that just seems like where it needs to go at this point. So I guess I'd love to know when we could do that at some point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jimmy.
I think we need to move on unless there's anybody that hasn't spoke. But I would ask the council, I think in the name of collaboration and moving forward and getting to the bottom of how we move forward, I would like to see a task force that we can appoint of members of all sides, but stakeholders, true stakeholders, so that we can get to the bottom of how we're going to move forward and get this entity on the right track so that we can start contracting in an effort, in a way that we need to contract. We have way too much money invested. It's nearly $200,000 in dollars that we've spent. And the town needs to realize that and make sure that we're getting our bang for our buck, and that we don't lose out on not only the dollars that we've spent, but the hard work that every individual and volunteer took to get this off the ground. And it was a major thing. It was a major accomplishment to get arts and cultural designation by the state. And now we need to look at getting it firmed up, getting a solid foundation on it, and we need to get to the bottom of it. So I would recommend that the council direct the manager and myself to appoint a task force so that we can bring some recommendations to the council on how we're going to move forward in a very timely manner, perhaps in the first meeting of February, just to give a status report and if some preliminary recommendations are there. But I think we need to I think it's embarrassing if we try to go to the state and try to ask for funding and we get that it's a defunct group by virtue of it not being in good standing for whatever reason. We need to get that off the books, and where is the tax returns? And that's to start, so that we have a credible entity that and has those documents been applied for, and what's taking it so long. So I would ask that we direct staff to do that.
Mr. Mayor, I would make a motion to that effect, with the caveat that the original stakeholders that put this program together be part of that task force, and that the task force come back with a recommendation to the council with a solid program going forward as to how we implement this thing going forward, whether it's going to be an in-house or an out-of-house program, but with a definite plan of action and how the players are going to work together to make this thing happen. Because I think that's where we need to go. We need to have a good, solid foundation to spring forward from. And I think that one of those stakeholders, as I said before, has got to be the county.
Okay. So that is in the form of a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
And a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. That's direction to the staff. Now we need to look at the, since this is two separate programs, I believe that it's in the town's best interest to also look at the Main Street program. Is time of the essence? Can we wait on this? But I think that the town, in any fashion, I think we need to look at and bring some recommendations, prepare the application, and what would that application look like for our next meeting, so that we can see what that application looks like and get clarification from the state. In fact, what did that meeting mean when they came the last time, when Cabinet Secretary Barella came? I'm certainly getting a completely different message. So I would encourage us to move forward with the Main Street program, because that does allow us also to get some CDBG planning monies to better our historic district and our Plaza area. What is the pleasure of the council on that item, on the item that's actually on the agenda?
Mr. Mayor, I thought that was what my motion was to move forward with a task force to bring back then a recommendation on how we apply for, and I mean, not that we apply for, but that when we apply for the designation as a Main Street project, that we have something in place that's going to operate that project for us, rather than getting the application, getting the designation, and then trying to figure out how we're going to implement it.
Okay.
So I think that's the best.
Merge both of those?
I think that the cultural district, arts and cultural district, and the Main Street project are one and the same.
Okay. So if you can make a motion, just so we have clear direction on the record, that let your last motion reflect that the Main Street program be included in this task force initiative.
I amend my motion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
It's okay with my second.
So it's okay with your second? Okay. Okay, then we don't, if that's clear, we don't need to take a motion, because he's clarifying that now, that was in his motion and it was okay with his second. And it's okay with the council as far as consensus? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So then we will move forward then. I just wanted to make sure that the staff was very clear on what this task force is going to do. So those of you that were here on this item, thank you very much for your participation. We really appreciate your hard work and involvement in this issue. Next, we will go to public hearings. Consideration and possible approval of Ordinance 1401, change to zoning on approximately 0.65 acres located at 402 Paseo del Pueblo Norte from C2 to R14 to make the entire property approximately 1.5 acres R4 within the historic overlay zone in the town of Taos. This is a public hearing. Since time is of the essence, I would like to open it up for public hearing to see if there's anyone that would like to speak on this application at this time.
Mayor, this is a quasi-judicial hearing for the rezoning, and so to form a basis for a legal record, we have like a script that we normally go through, and I highlighted kind of in bold print kind of what's important. Like there's the commission disclosure section, which is important, and then also the identification of the parties. So I'm going to give this to you.
Before you get started, Martha, please, just a question of procedure. Ryan, on these three issues, there should be a order in which we approve them. Is this the correct order, or do we need to switch them around? Because we can't approve something if it isn't lawful to do it first. So in other words, if we need to make a zone change to the ordinance of zones and what's allowed within the zone, that should go first before we approve the zoning map.
Well, thank you, Councilman.
That's the only question I have, is that I don't want to get the cart before the horse.
In theory, well, there is case law that allows us to put the cart before the horse as long as it's the same meeting. You're correct that theoretically should probably do B before we do A, but as long as we do them tonight, it's not really a problem.
Okay, because it also explains why we're doing what we're doing, and that's for public input as well.
Well, certainly the town attorney's office would not object if we did this BAC. as
Okay.
opposed to ABC.
Yeah, I think one's changing the zoning, then one's identifying what that zoning may be, so I think it really doesn't matter, but if the council prefers to do item B, I'm not attached either way. What is the pleasure of the council? You guys want-
Mr. Mayor, I just think that procedurally, that's the way we should do it.
So let's suspend the rules and let's get B. And we'll go to consideration and possible approval of ordinance 1403, allowing mixed uses in the R14 zone.
This is not quasi-judicial, so we do need a public hearing, but we don't need the disclosures.
Okay, so I'll open it up to public hearing on this item. Is there anyone in the public that would like to speak on this zone change, allowing mixed uses in the R14 zone? Anyone like to speak on this issue? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and go to what is the pleasure of the council?
Mr. Mayor, just for the record, the Planning and Zoning Commission heard this, and it's a recommendation from them to the council that they approve it, correct?
That is correct. What I did is I included the staff report, and I also included the vote that occurred as part of that staff report, so you have the Planning and Zoning Commission's approval of changing the code to allow additional uses as permitted uses in the R14, which is multifamily residential.
Move for approval.
Second.
Motion and a second.
Mr. Mayor, under discussion.
Discussion?
Just again, under the formality, it's got Councilor Silva as Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay.
Somebody's copying and pasting.
Somebody's using some old forms. Thank you.
Okay.
He'd like to check.
Clerk, can we have a roll call, please?
Yeah, the extra 9 cents.
Councilmember Silva?
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Payton?
Yes.
Okay, by the vote of 4 in the affirmative, none in the negative, the ordinance is passed. Next, we will go to item A, consideration and possible approval of ordinance 1401 to change zoning of approximately 0.65 acres located at 402 Paseo del Pueblo Sur from C2 to R14 to make the entire property approximately 1.5 acres within R14 within the historic overlay zone in the town of Taos. Martha.
Okay, so I'm going to give you this script so that you can kind of know how to build the record for quasi-judicial hearing.
Thanks, Martha.
So the applicant also has a copy of this script, and I don't know if someone on the council would like to act as kind of the chairperson
I'm
while the
in.
mayor's out.
I'm in.
So what I did is I filled in the ordinance number and the address, and so then you basically read this so that we build the record.
Okay.
Okay?
It's a quasi-judicial hearing procedures hearing script to be followed by the council chairperson commission script for 11414. The next item on our agenda is a public hearing for ordinance 14-01, an application for a rezoning for a property located at 400 Paseo del Pueblo Sur. They got sued. Norte. Okay. So 400 Paseo del Pueblo Norte. The Commission's decision on this case must be based on the criteria contained in Title 16 of the Town Code, known as the LUDC Land Use Development Code. Hearing procedures. The hearing tonight will be conducted under procedures developed from New Mexico case law. These hearing procedures are intended to protect the due process rights of all parties. Parties and witnesses will be identified. All persons who expect to offer testimony will be sworn in under testimony and will be given under oath. All persons offering testimony will be subject to cross-examination by other parties. Please remember that the purpose of cross-examination is to ask questions and solicit relevant facts from the witness, not to be argumentative or to state your own position. The Commission intends to limit testimony to information relevant to the matter being considered, and the Commission chairperson may limit redundant or repetitive testimony. Identification of parties. Parties to this case include Del Norte Properties with the agent as Mark Yarvitz. The Planning and Zoning Building staff will assist the Commission in fully developing the record. Other persons in addition to the applicants, including property owners within 300 feet of the boundary of the property under consideration, and those who have legally recognized interest in this case may also be recognized as parties. Parties may call witness to present facts to support the party's position. If you wish to speak at this hearing and believe you have a direct interest in this case and want to be recognized as a party, please come forward to the microphone now. So please state your name and address and present your interest in the outcome of this case.
My name is Judy Cantu, and I'm a former member of the Historic Preservation Commission and a public citizen of Taos with concerns that I want to bring to your attention.
Does that fall as a HRC?
Generally speaking, I would say no.
So based on that, we don't have to do. We don't have to allow
It's a
testimony.
public hearing, so I can't.
I think you have to let her speak.
Okay, so from there, being that it's a public hearing, we'll allow you to give your statements.
She needs to swear. Have her swear.
But yes, swear. Renee?
Okay, so you don't have to be sworn in yet. We need to go through a little bit more of the script. The commission has a disclosure section that they need to go through. So we'll call you up and we'll swear you in all at the same time. Yeah.
So is there anybody, do we keep going from there, I guess?
Yes, you need to go through the commission disclosure and make sure that none of the commissioners have a conflict of interest or have any ex parte communication on this case.
But there's nobody else from the public? Okay. Commission disclosure. The chair will now poll the commission as to potential conflicts of interest or ex parte communications. No, counselor, not commission.
Oh, sorry. I was trying to change the script for you.
Okay, does any counselor have a potential conflict of interest in this case? If so, please disclose that interest. If so, are there any other counselor members who would like to make a disclosure? There's none. Has any counselor received any ex parte communications regarding this case? If so, please disclose those communications. None. Has any counselor reached a decision on the merits of this case as a result of ex parte communications? If so, ask the counselor to step down and not participate in the hearing. Any other counselors? Anybody? Nope. Okay, at this time we'll do the swearing of all persons wishing to testify.
Okay, so the persons that have an interest in this case need to get up and come up to the microphone. And I don't know if the clerk's going to do this. Yes. I'll let her decide. You need to state your names and then. Are you coming up? Sorry, this is a foreign process. I've realized this. It's a little different than what a normal public hearing is.
Why?
My name is Mark Yarvitz, agent for this project. Yes, I swear to tell the truth.
Michael Tarleton, owner, manager.
Judy Cantu, and I swear to tell the truth.
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
Yes.
I do.
Yes.
Okay. And Then we have the presentation of the applicants. I don't know if you want to do that or if you want to take the staff
I think
report.
if we could do a brief presentation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor and Council and limited remainder of the audience. This project has been going through a process for several months and understanding the difficulty of a split zone property. Part of this was R14 and part of it was commercial. And so going through the process at planning and zoning level, it was recommended after we had a consultation with staff to simplify the process to get the approvals that we needed to move forward. The suggestion was to make it all one zone, and R14 was the choice because the majority of the property will be for residential uses. During the process, the ordinance change here for the zoning being separate from site plans is what we participated in, and so we're here for the zone change for R14 to complete this process. The project itself, I believe you've seen it, or I don't know what you've seen or not. I'm not sure that's even part of a zone change application anymore for you to look at the site plan. So without talking about the project itself, we're looking for a zone change to all R14 to accommodate not asking for any variances or conditional uses for the residential purpose for this property.
Real quick, what is the 300 feet to the part of Kachina indicate? What is that? What is that measurement?
That's the notice, notification rule for sending out
Okay.
certified mailings.
It's the circle. I just thought
It's
I
the
saw
certified
that.
mailing
I saw that
requirement.
one arrow pointing there, and I said, what
Right.
is that?
We have, in this project, we have sent out certified mailing three times now, or
Okay.
4 times, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Any
Thank you.
questions?
I don't have any. That was it. Thank you. So that's the presentation. So I think at this time we can open it up to public hearing. The individuals have been sworn in. Those wishing to testify, Ms. Cantu, welcome to our meeting.
I really, as leaders of our community, I really want you to think about something, because this happened, the R14, where my grandmother's house was on Kit Carson Road. It was a historic ramrod house, and it no longer exists. And the whole character of East Kit Carson Road has changed forever. And when you build things like this, you just can't go backwards and undo something like that. Right now this is in the historic overlay zone, and as a former member of the Historic Preservation Commission, one of the things that we had decided on when the commission first got together, we had approved 7 styles of houses. And unfortunately, I don't believe they ever got to your hands because Bill Morris never gave them to you. And I would really like if you would visit with the commissioners of HPC to see what that style is, because this is the historic overlay zone, and I think in respect, no modern or conventional houses should be allowed in the HOZ. And that's going to change the character a lot of this area, and you can't go backwards. And I just felt like if I didn't say something, it would be approval. And not everybody feels like Taos needs to change, especially the historic zone. And that's what I came here to say. Kit Carson is really different these days, and I don't want this area to change like that either.
So is your concern with the style of building that they're proposing? Because I don't see the style here.
We don't have that.
Yeah, we don't have that. I mean, I think
The
that's a whole different-
the zoning is separate from the actual site plan, and so as part of the zoning, what staff recommended was that there be a certificate of appropriateness from the Historic Preservation Commission, and then a site plan approval by the Planning and Zoning Commission. And this has been, the applicant has taken an application in front of the Historic Preservation Commission already and got a certificate of appropriateness with conditions that then are going before the Planning and Zoning Commission. But with a rezoning is separate from a site plan. In our code, a rezoning is tied in with the site plan, the way it's written, but that's contractual zoning, and that's legally you cannot do that. So the zoning is separate. No project needs, the zoning should not have any bearing on how the land will be used. So in this case, Mark Yarovitz, who's representing Del Norte Properties, is asking to change the C2 portion of his property to R14.
Okay, well, it just changes the whole character of the whole area, and I'm just concerned about that because you can't undo it, and it's important to be respectful of that. So just wanted to voice my opinion on that.
Okay.
Yes, and it's still within the historic overlay zone.
Yeah, because Kit Carson Road is changed forever, and that was my grandmother's house, so I had to say something.
Sure. Thank you. Anyone wanting to testify under the public hearing portion? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing portion and go to questions from the council.
I have none, Mr. Mayor.
What is the pleasure of the council on the zoning only? We're only dealing with the zoning portion. I believe all the other building issues will be dealt with in accordance with the R14 zone if this is approved. Councilmember Peralta.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, just looking at this thing and knowing this particular property visually, is that the two commercial pieces that are on there are really old residences that were converted to business. And by changing this designation from commercial to R14, we actually protect those properties to stay in that type of architecture, because in a C2 you could build anything on that property. And this would actually, by making it R14, keep those properties more in line with what the traditional or the historic use of those properties has been.
Okay. Any other comments? If not, what's the pleasure of the council?
It has no bearing on the case, but just for information.
Public hearing.
I believe I closed the public hearing and went to questions from the council.
So we still have to do roll call?
Yeah. A roll call vote. Entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
There's a motion to approve. Is there a second? And a second. Under discussion. Clerk, call the roll call, please.
Councilmember Beta?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Silva?
Yes.
Okay. The ordinance is approved by the vote of 4 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Next, we will go to ordinance 1402, amending the Land Use Development Code. What? Excuse me. Thank you.
Yeah.
Martha?
Okay, the last ordinance is to actually to streamline the existing application process. So rather than having a preliminary hearing in front of the commission, we have a Historic Preservation Commission and a Planning and Zoning Commission, to have the preliminary hearing replaced by the Developmental Review Committee, which is internal staff. It comprises of fire, public works, planning, the building official. And so they would be reviewing the applications first and asking the applicant questions and having the applicant clarify, if needed, their application. And then the applicant would take their application to the Planning and Zoning Commission. The Zoning Commission would then decide whether or not to approve the application. And then if need be, it would then move on to the council for approval. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to streamline the process so that people can get their approvals in a more timely manner. The other significant change that we're requesting with this code change is to reduce the burden on the applicant to have certified mailings within the 300-foot radius. In some areas, there's quite a bit of density, like in the R14, and it's come to my attention that those certified mailings end up costing the applicant quite a bit of money. So if the applicant can send regular mailings to the property owners within 300 feet. The burden is on them to, that they have notified everybody within that 300 feet. The exception is a rezoning. The state statute requires certified mailings within 100 feet. So we're hoping by doing that, that also will help development occur in Taos while still going through an approval process and giving proper notice to the adjacent property owners.
Councilmember Peralta.
Mr. Mayor and Martha, I just have a question on, you're saying that the notification now in this case would be just regular first-class mail, or would it be certified mail?
Well, what we're talking about is replacing the certified mailing requirement with first-class mail. The other notice requirements still apply. So you still need to do your, notification in the paper 15 days in advance, and or post on the property the proposed.
Excuse me, and that meets state law requirements for this sort of notification?
Yes, it does, with the rezoning requiring the certified mailings within 100 feet.
Okay, so regular development processes on a piece of property would not require certified mail anymore?
Right, right.
And that does meet state law?
Yes.
Okay. This is a public hearing, and I'd like to open this up to members of the public at this time. Is there anyone that would like to speak on this? Mr. Herbert? You can be sworn in by the clerk.
Again?
Our traditional way. Is that okay?
This isn't a quasi-judicial hearing. It's just a regular public hearing.
Okay. So if you could swear a bit.
My name is Mark Yarovitz. I swear to tell the truth.
Okay.
I just want to make sure I understand, because this is all new procedure. We were happy to participate in going through this process. And what we're talking about here is a zone change application no longer requires a site plan, or why would you need a DRC review then for a zone change if you have no project? In other words, if I came before you without a project on this parcel and said, it's a split zone, can I fix that because it's too difficult to develop on a split zone? Where does that line cross? And I came in and said, can I just have an R14 on this whole property? Then I can go ahead and start the planning process and go through historical review. I want to make sure that's the process now. And is that correct? We're separating out the zone change by itself from all of the other requirements. Typically before this, in order to get a zone change, you had to have a project to be approved in order to get a zone change. Am I correct on what we're doing here?
Yeah,
Yes.
we've changed that, and the reason we changed that, we have some more code changes to make. I don't know what to say about that.
I finally have you.
We have major problems with the process that's codified in our code right now, where you marry a zone change to a specific project. If challenged, that is not enforceable.
Right.
It's not enforceable in any state in the union.
So-
So zone changes will stand on their own. There is still a reason to go to the design review committee, because those are our in-house experts, and there may be something they want to weigh in on relative to a zone change, land use, traffic, whatever it might be. So I don't think we need to obviate that. But the direct answer to the question is, once we are finished with our code changes, there will not be a process where a zoning change is premised on a particular building or use.
Perfect. I just wanted to know, because I will be using this process more than a few times, I hope. And I just wanted to make sure. I don't mind going to the DRC to review, but when you go in and say, I want to change this, they'll say, okay, do we have any issues with traffic? I can understand that. But the process then becomes one meeting with DRC, one meeting with P&Z, and then one at Town Council. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it doesn't come with any project identification
Oh.
for the zone change. This is the first, and I'm happy to say We participated in 7 or 8 different meetings over the last few months. I think it's for the better, this process, and I just wanted to weigh in on that. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, with regards to this change, will that help us in our, Councilor Abeta just leaned over to me and said, will that help us with our recently annexed properties that are going to be required? No?
Only if they're requiring a zone change.
Well, they're unzoned.
Well, they're unzoned.
Yeah, they all need to be rezoned, so this will definitely help with the 327 different parcels that we have to zone. The theory being that we take them and mass to the DRC relative to the specific 21 areas, and we process those through to the DRC, and we don't have to wait a month for another. Right now, there would be 2 planning commission hearings, so they're a month apart. We can do these hearings hopefully much quicker, so that the DRC meeting will occur. We then hit the next planning and zoning meeting, and then we come to council, and we've hopefully shaved off weeks off this process, especially where you have meetings where you walk out of one P&Z meeting and you need to do the notice in our weekly newspaper. You can be compressed down into having literally 3 or 4 business days to try to get your publications out for the next P&Z. Oftentimes that leads to missing the P&Z meeting, for lack of a better word, and having to schedule another month out. Sure. So we look at this as a real expediting factor. And the other thing, I know it's late, but the other thing that the town needs to try to avoid is having planning and zoning approvals with numbers of conditions, because we don't have a vice president in charge of condition monitoring. So the hope is, and the expectation is, that if we can iron out the technical issues with the design review committee, the technicians in the town, when we bring this to the P&Z, that we can get P&Z approvals without conditions, that everything that needs to be done will be resolved and within the 4 corners of the document without requiring lots of follow-up work that not only this community is not good at, no community I've ever represented is good at. So hopefully we will provide the applicants with better information and a better approval process with no strings and therefore no surprises. And that's the goal of this.
Okay. Pavel, isn't this something that come up?
This is his brainchild.
This is still under public hearing, so if you can state your name and swear to tell the truth.
Pavel Lukic, and I'll tell the truth.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, council, staff, I'm here for the main reason to come here is to commend the staff, Ms. Perkins, and the town lawyer, Brian James. The first time I ran this idea of streamlining before the P&Z was over 2 years ago.
I remember that.
Bill Morris put it on ice, and despite our inquiries at every meeting, all we got were excuses from either he or Rudy. It wasn't until Ms. Perkins arrived, all of a sudden we have it before you. And I think it's one of the more important ordinances in this town because it's going to make things so much easier, so much expeditious for not only developers but for individuals who want a little variance, they want to add addition, side yard variance, front yard, non-controversial applications can be acted on in one hearing. It also saves the time of the construction crews. That I think of one specific application on Ortiz Lane where the crew said for 3 months to build a house because of side yard variances that were ultimately granted, but they had to go through initial preliminary, then the final hearing. So I think, and we, in the last 5 years, the P&Z, and we were not overwhelmed with work. The time is coming when the P&Z will be very busy with the onslaught of applications, and without this ordinance, it could paralyze it. And I think this ordinance goes a long way toward expediting applications on a fast track. So thank you. Well done. And of course, I highly recommend that you adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Pavel. I know that you mentioned it to me, and since you were on the on the planning and zoning, you told me that you were going to spearhead that, and thank you for spearheading that at the planning and zoning level. Okay. Anyone else wanting to speak on this ordinance? If not, we will close the public hearing. And what is the pleasure of the council?
Move for approval, Mr. Mayor.
Motion to approve, and a second.
Second.
And a second. All those in favor? Sorry, clerk, can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Beta?
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Silva?
Yes.
By the vote of 4 in the affirmative, none in the negative, ordinance 1402 is approved. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question. This goes back to the zoning. It has nothing to do with this. I think this is great that we streamline all this stuff. But I really have a little bit of a concern with zoning because in some cases, a project needs to have rezoning. And if it doesn't get the rezoning, the project doesn't go through. And so in some cases, I feel there has to be a consideration of the project in the zoning application change. Because if it's devoid of that, there's no reason to make the change. And so you haven't proved an argument for the change. And so that concerns me a little bit, that in some cases you're going to leave it to chance whether you get a project done because commission doesn't like the zone change, because there's nothing there and they want to have some understanding of what that's going to do to a neighborhood, because that's what they have to respond to. So I'm just making the comment that that's a little bit of a concern of mine, that there won't be that tie to it in some cases. Some cases, in a lot of cases, you won't have that tie. You don't need to worry about it. It may be just compatible with what's going on, but in other cases, it may not be compatible, and I look at some projects that may not be.
Well, with rezoning, there's 5 criteria, and the criteria look at whether or not the rezoning supports the master plan, whether or not the rezoning supports the current zoning of the property around it. So there's other criteria that are looked at. Legally, you cannot zone for a particular project. And I think in the past, by requiring an actual project, that has cost the applicant lots of money to put together the site plan application at the same time, not knowing whether or not the rezoning will occur.
I understand that, but in some cases, the project has to be looked at as whether or not it's compatible with a neighborhood. And so to change willy-nilly, it doesn't happen. In other words, people are going to say on the commission, I'm not going to make any zone changes because I don't know how that's going to affect the neighborhood. Whereas if and I'm not saying that you totally divorce it all the time, but I think that in some cases it's something that may have to be looked at as a reason for the change, is the type of development that may come in there that is compatible, but you won't know until you know it. And so, and I'm not saying that it's a necessary one, but it should be something that is in your book, in your bag of tricks someplace.
Right. I have
and that's not the impression.
We are going to rewrite that section of the code, and one of the things that we are also discussing is having the commercial site plan review and having that go before the Planning and Zoning Commission, so that these big commercial projects are compatible with the neighborhood. And I guess currently this code does allow me to kick it up to the Planning and Zoning, and my feeling is if it's a commercial project and it's big, that Planning and Zoning Commission ought to review it and give their approval. So we address the concerns that you're bringing up. But that should be separate from the zoning. Whereas right now they're combined together, and they have to go together.
I understand they have to go together.
In the code.
But I think that but outside of the code, it should be available to somebody to say, here's what I'm looking at doing, but your zone isn't compatible with it, and I need that zone change, but it should be something that's taken into consideration. In certain instances, not as a requirement, but it may be a requirement from the other side of the street. That's all I'm talking about.
Right. You can do concurrent applications at the same time. The code does allow that. So.
Okay. Just comment, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Martha.
I think Martha needs to stay here for the next one.
Does she? Okay.
What's the next one?
The town code regarding temporary certificates of occupancy.
Okay.
This is matters from mayor and council and youth council member, and this is consideration, town code regarding temporary certificates of occupancy, consideration and possible direction to the town manager to amend the town code to clarify the purpose, name, and use of temporary certificates of occupancy. This was requested by Councilmember Peralta.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, what I'm looking at here is I'm not trying to change the certificate of occupancy. I think there are rules that establish that, and I agree with those rules. What I'm looking at here is that I think that we should establish a certificate of completion. And the certificate of completion says that at any point in time within the construction of a project, you can determine whether it's 20% complete or 40% complete or 60% complete or 80% complete, which may in some cases qualify a person's requirements in order to get the financing that they need to have, and it doesn't then get into the idea that we're letting somebody go into a space that they shouldn't be in. And that's what I would like to see staff try to develop, is something that you can consider as just a certification that a project is at a certain point. And I can look at this from the standpoint when I was a banker, and I did an awful lot of construction loans. And in my case, it was a matter of giving a disbursement. And according to the contract I had with the contractor and the developer, was that at certain points in time, we would determine whether the project was at a certain percentage completion in order to make the next draw. And so what you can look at here is saying, I can look at a third party, not just myself, and saying, okay, yeah, it is 40% complete, I'll give you the next draw. But it's good, in a sense, prudently, to have a third party do that, to where, let's say, for example, your inspectors say, yeah, I think it's 30% complete. It's not occupiable. I'm not going to give a certificate of occupancy fee. I'm not going to give a temporary anything like that, because I think those go along with the idea that somebody can actually put something in the building. And that's just kind of a common definition for it. But I do think that there is a possibility that we could develop something like that. That's all I'm asking for us to do, is to set up two different criterias for information given to where the stage is on a particular project. Okay. And I'll stand for questions to try to clarify what I muddled through.
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
And I thank Councilmember Peralta for bringing this to the floor, because of the fact that I just recently got bashed by the newspaper, pretty good, myself and Oscar, for supposedly forcing the issuance of a certificate of occupancy to a developer which I happen to have a business relationship with as well. And when I was approached by the developer, his only inclination to me was, Andrew, in every other project we've done in every other city across New Mexico, including yours, in the past, we've been able to get a temporary certificate of occupancy to move forward with our funding and financing. And obviously, the past projects I've been involved in, I don't get involved in any of those issues. So my direction to the developer was to meet or talk with Manager Rodriguez with regards to whether or not it was even doable or capable. And in the process, I did make one call to our planning director, Ms. Perkins, to just find out for clarification whether or not it was happening or not, so that in my due diligence, I could get back with the developer and let him know whether or not it was doable, or if there needed to be another process by which he needed to secure these. I never in any way, shape, or form asked either the building inspector or the planning director herself that to issue these permits. So I'm glad this is coming forward, because for me it wasn't about trying to get somebody into a building that wasn't ready or wasn't complete. It was about creating an environment here within Taos that allows for developers and builders alike to continue to move construction projects forward, irregardless of the fact of who's involved with them. And especially in this arena, as our manager extremely expressed that we are in a dire need of housing here. And if that means keeping a business-friendly relationship with a developer, then, you know, so be it, because I'd like to see more projects come to Taos. Irregardless of me being on the council or long after I'm gone and dead, I'd like to see a process that allows this community to continue to foster and continue to grow. So I too support whatever we can do. Just like Councilmember Peralta said, you know, in many cases it's not anybody trying to stuff anything into a building or a house that's not ready. It's more along the lines with regards to acquiring or getting to the next step in phases of funding. So with that, you know, I wish media would do their due diligence and get all the facts, or at least report the entire story, as opposed to you know, selling a newspaper. But
Okay.
I guess that's what business is about.
I just want to say, also then we'll get to some comments there. Well, let's go to Councilmember.
Nope. I'm trying to get out of here.
Okay. I just want to commend the manager, the planning director, and the attorney for working to make this happen. I talked to the Taos News a couple of times, but they didn't want to hear that. They didn't want to hear why we did it. They wanted to create an innuendo that we were doing special favors, when in fact we were trying to provide an environment so that this person can get the funding and the tax credits that they needed by a certain deadline. And we worked and we thought outside the box. And I could certainly appreciate where there was a little bit of unrest and how are we going to get this done. But I think we looked at how to get it done rather than how to stop it. And that's the mindset that we want to get done here at the town of Taos. So I commend all of you that worked collectively to make this happen, and we got it done. Now, was it the perfect way? I think by virtue of the fact that it said occupancy, everybody says, well, they can't occupy it. But we pretty much nullified that word by putting these conditions that this is the condition of this occupant certificate, that you're not going to move in it and you're not going to do this until all these things are done. But unfortunately, the Taos News didn't want to hear that. They wanted to paint that headline that we were corrupt and that we were trying to coerce you to do something. We were just looking at how do we enable this business to succeed and embrace this type of development. It's the only major project we have going in probably Taos County at this magnitude. And we need to make sure that we provide that. So I fully agree with Councilmember Peralta that now it's time, because we face this situation, that it's time that we get a document in place that specifically can address this, so that you know, we don't have the word occupancy in there, but rather a specific document that can address this certificate of completeness, and we fill in the appropriate percentage that they need based on their progress on the project.
Yeah, and if I could, Mr. Mayor, I'm just looking at the temporary certificate of occupancy, and there's some ambiguity in it. Okay, and the ambiguity is, it says that the code administrator shall assure compliance with the International Building Code standards and passage of electrical and mechanical plumbing inspection. But it doesn't say, is it the preliminary inspection? Is it the final inspection? You know, and so that's the confusion, okay? And I think that was the part that people picked up and says, well, did they finish the electrical? Did they finish? Well, what does that mean? Because it doesn't really say. Because to me, I could interpret that to mean the first inspection, which is the rough-in, or it could mean that no, until it's dressed out, the inspection is not complete. So this is why I'm looking at trying to get around some of this by saying that here is a certificate that says you're 90% complete, and you can determine the stages in which you would feel comfortable in giving that certificate. I'm not going to do that for you. But it's just a way of not trying to get into the ambiguity that this has and give it a little bit more of a specificness to the information that we provide that may help these people. I don't even know if this would have worked in that particular request, but I'm for that temporary certificate of occupancy. But I'm just saying is that maybe it would. It would have back when I was doing this 40 years ago. But it's just, I'm just trying to say that we need to figure out some tools that keep us from I guess, getting the wrong press. Because I don't think that anybody who did anything that was illegal, they weren't trying to do anything that was underhanded. It's just that sometimes the tools that you have in your basket aren't the right tools, or enough tools. And I'm just saying maybe this is an instance where we can try to help get the right tools that will help us go forward very simply and easily without too much.
Yeah. When returning calls to council members gives you bad press, there's no telling what we're going to have to do to fix that.
So I'm just saying that this is something that I think that should be considered, and I ask you to look at it, and you can come back to us and say, you're totally wet, can't do any of that, it doesn't do anything, but on the other hand, maybe it does. And even if, something that you can talk to bankers about or whoever you want to get some input and see whether or not this will help them with their builders and their developers. If it works, let's try it. If it doesn't, we can throw it away in the trash can.
Okay. Councilmember Silla.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Peralta, I totally agree. I think the only thing that we need to be careful about is that in coming and evaluating a project to give a percent of completion, that that document is not to be used to as an example for a builder to leverage or try to convince either an owner or a banker that that's how much money he has to be able to come up with on his next pay application. In other words, I just don't think that we should get in a position where we're caught in the middle. It's maybe a tool for, in this case, that the tax credits get released or approved, but not necessarily have that used as a tool. Or I just don't want to see the town get in a liability situation where somebody's making the claims. They said, well, the town said that we're 90% complete, therefore we need to get 90% of the funds released.
Well,
and the architect's saying, well, you're only 75% complete.
Well, and I think that again, Councilor, I think that's wide open for discussion as well. I think it's a good point in the sense, but I again hit that back to our building official, who I don't think would sign off, on a project that wasn't, in his professional opinion, 90% complete.
What I'm asking to do is on this thing is it's not going to be the inspector's word or anybody else. Particularly, it's going to set a standard. In other words, these things have to be finished in order for us to give you this percentage. And so that it's in black and white, and they can get architects or engineers or whatever to help them set those standards if you want. All I'm trying to say is I'm trying to look at a way of doing something that will help people get along with the project to get their tax credits, whatever is necessary, without having to give them a certificate of occupancy that we can't justify or that can be questioned. And that's the only thing I'm trying to say is that this is just another tool if we can do it. If we can't do it, then we don't do it. No. But I think it's something that we should look into and as a possibility.
I agree. I think it's a good idea. I'm just bringing up some points, that's all.
May I ask a question?
That we have to say you can occupy it. Yeah. As in this case.
Is it council's intention that we try to keep this current language because it's called a temporary certificate of occupancy? It's not temporary and it's not a certificate of occupancy. It's neither one. So are we going to trash this? I mean,
I'm sorry, but what I'm looking at is a separate standard to go along with this. If this doesn't work either, then it needs to be cleaned up, but it also has to agree with what is required under the Universal Code, and which is adopted by the state of New Mexico. So if this is part of the Universal Code, then maybe the Universal Code needs to be changed too.
Well, I don't know about the Universal Code, but I don't know what the utility of this thing is. I mean, when you get one of these things, you don't get anything except you get the right to pay $500 a day when you don't meet the 6 months. So, I mean, there's an enormous penalty clause here. So I think this is very much misunderstood. I've seen first of all, as an attorney, a municipal attorney, I hate temporary CBOs. Everyone comes with a lawsuit, in my opinion. but
I would
this
agree.
isn't one of those because it does not allow you on its face to occupy the building. So it's not a certificate of occupancy.
I disagree. The way I read this, I could go in and put my books on the shelf.
Well, then you'd
And
get
to me, that's occupancy.
Well, I guess
It doesn't necessarily allow me to go in and get in bed, but that could be interpreted anyway, so.
In the past, certificate of occupancies have been made because they can't plaster the outside because it's winter, but they're fully occupying it, so.
Well, that is the more typical one, and generally, if I was going to recommend those, I also recommend that they come with a cash or surety bond, so if the person decides, once they're in the building, it's nearly impossible to get them out, so the remedy is to have funds available to finish the work if they choose not to. So there's a lot of work we could do with this. I don't know, I guess I need some direction as to whether we want to keep this thing that we have now. I would not recommend it. If you want to, it's certainly the council's prerogative. But, and I understand what the councilman is saying about a different document that sort of milestones things that may have some utility with the lending institution. I don't think this particular code section does. So I guess, do you want us to dump the old one and start over? You want us to make a real temporary certificate of occupancy, or you just wanted a milestone certificate, which we can also draft?
I think, let's hear from Mauro, Mr. Rosales. First of all, welcome back to the town of Taos. It's great to have you back.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Mayor, council members, the building code does give you portions that address temporary occupancy. Obviously in this case, there was some conditions that the person cannot move in there until everything is completed. Every temporary CFO has different sets of conditions, so it's hard to cover everything within the municipal code. And also, what the code does is it gives you the right that if the conditions are not met within that period of time, you can go and take that temp away until they do meet them. So we can do that at any time if they don't meet the conditions of the temporary.
So, okay, so what I would recommend that direction be to look at the temporary CO based on your capacity as our building official, and if it needs to be cleaned up, and if it's beneficial to keep it, if it's beneficial to modify it, and also bring a document that allows what Councilmember Peralta is proposing. So I think is that okay as far as direction?
I guess let me go, I don't have an issue with that, but let me go back to your comment, Mauro, and that is where it talks about different types of temporary certificates of occupancy within the building code. Is that language exactly what we have here, or is it different?
No, it's different.
So then, to answer Brian's question, we should probably take a look at that language and incorporate it in this document rather than what we have. And I think that fixes one side of it, but it also, I think, to me, you're still talking about letting somebody get into a building that may not meet some of those code requirements, such as indicated here, unless we can do away with that electrical and plumbing. So I'm still saying that we need to look at both possibilities.
Thank you, Councilman.
Yeah, I think occupancy at any level, I think, needs to make sure that the final of, by the definition, occupancy needs to have the final electrical and plumbing. That's just my feeling. But.
Mr. Mayor, if we could let Oscar make his comment.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, I would just like to underscore something that Councilman Gonzalez just said, because it is a very important thing. I mean, I'll take it a little bit further than that. I think it's almost, it's dire. Housing shortage in the community. It's dire. You commissioned a study some 4 years ago that said at that time that the town was in some 194 units in deficit, which means not that the market was that, but that there's some 194 households had to move out of town because of lack of that housing. And so there's a number of things we'd like to bring back to you in the matter that we can spike more of that development. including bringing back to you a number of projects that got their approval just before the downturn in the economy, and since then have been frozen. And so they are, according to our code, it's not so clear that we can, at this point, allow them to proceed, and because some of those approvals have expired, which would require them to go back to do all the same engineering, all of the same workup work, and I think that just adds the cost, it delays the projects, and it's something that I recommend that we try and give some relief to, because we need as many, this community needs as many units as you can have coming.
Okay, well, that's, Mr. Mayor, if I could, I think that's an important issue, but I don't think that that's an awful lot of work to make a change to say that if you had a project approved, you can come back and reapply for it without having to go through the process if all of the documents have not changed. In other words, if you've made no changes to your project and that approval expired, you can come back in and do a simplified reapplication, so long as nothing's changed, because you got all the stuff. So.
Yeah, it will just take two tracks, one changing the code, the other one actually approving these permits, you giving these permits a forward date now. So we'll be bringing those back to you, both the code change, which will take a process, but these developments are pending now, and if we can give them some relief, I think it would help the economy, help the housing situation in town.
Okay, yeah, let's bring that forward. Right, any other comments, Brian?
No, just that I think we got a couple of them. It'll be, the code right now allows only the council, not the code administrator, building, or anybody else, to modify the drop dead dates. So since code already says you guys can modify those, we're going to bring those back to you in the next 1 or 2 meetings. We have a couple that I think planning is still looking at that will allow us to exercise the existing code and just have you guys extend the time period for beginning construction.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring that up. Thank you, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Marta. Thank you, Martha.
So that was the direction, and the next item. I'll put my stuff away.
Tri-state.
Next item is resolution opposing tri-state rate increase. Members of the council, Kit Carson has asked me to place this on the agenda. I will be speaking at the tri-state, at the PRC hearing. The PRC has agreed to allow tri-state to present their case again, the rate increase, and we need to make sure that, for various reasons, that it be denied. Since it's such an important issue, I wanted to get a resolution so that I could speak not only as mayor, but as on behalf of the entire governing body.
Mr. Mayor, when is that hearing?
I believe it's January 22nd.
Move to approve, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
Motion and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Second.
Motion to adjourn and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries.
Good night,
Good night,
everyone.
everyone.
Thank you for staying with us. If you